right, good morning. We're going to call this meeting to order now. Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Councilmember Soria is not on yet, but will be joining us shortly. Councilmember Carbasi? Not on just yet. Councilmember Arias?
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Vice President Maxwell?
Present.
Council President Esparza?
Present.
And I do see Councilmember Carbasi in as well. All right, we have a quorum.
All right, we have a quorum. Next, we'll have our invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would, please stand for both. Our invocation will be held by Reverend Elisa Loretta, who's a senior pastor with Christian Temple, Fresno.
And also a veteran of 3 foreign wars, second time praying this month. So, Lord, we thank you this morning for this beautiful city and the sunshine. We thank you for the rain, and we thank you for the service of these your servants here, God, that have taken an oath and are serving us here in the city. God, I pray blessings over their families, the works of their hands. And today I pray you give them favor. Favor as they speak to the business owner in their district, favor as they speak to the school teacher, the contractor. Just give them favor, God, as they speak, as they're doing the work of the city. We thank you for what they're doing, and we just pray that you continue to bless them. And God, we thank you for this chamber where they come and they can disagree and they can have discussions and disagreements in a way that honors this house and this institution. So I pray blessings over this house. Lord, let them have a phenomenal meeting today, and let them to continue to serve us. And help us, God, to be more thankful for what they do here in this place. Bless Fresno, and God bless the Fresno City Council. Amen.
Councilmember Carbasi, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. First, Clerk, are there any changes or announcements you have?
Yes. First, I'd like to announce we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters available via Zoom, and we do have a Spanish interpreter in-house, Amelia, and she'll let everyone know what she can do for them.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con toda la libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And first announcement is there is a special closed session that was separately noticed for 9 o'clock a.m. today, or soon thereafter as it may be heard. That is ID 22-1787, Conference with Labor Negotiators, City Negotiator President Esparza with unrepresented employee, the City Attorney. Proclamation for Lung Cancer Awareness Month, that is ID 22-1743, has been removed from the agenda with no return date by the sponsor, District 7. Consent calendar item 1C, that is ID 22-1739, regarding the American Rescue Plan Act funding for CBOs, a correction to the title and the order of the action of items. Adopting the finding of CEQA should be the first action, and the approval of agreement with Arte America should be the second action. So that's how they will be approved. 1Q, consent calendar item 1Q, ID 22-1655, regarding the Fourth Amendment to the Consultant Service Agreement with Blair Church and Flynn Consulting Engineers. A correction to the fiscal impact section of the staff report should be made to replace Water Enterprise Fund with the words Water Capacity Fee Fund as follows. The project is funded in the Water Division's 5-year capital improvement program budget within the Water Capacity Fee Fund 4202 WC 00085. And for consent calendar item 1X, ID 22-1746, regarding the incentivizing job creation along Ventura Kings Canyon Avenida Cesar Chavez corridor. The following change from the item sponsor needs to be read into the record. And that change is, the program will be a pilot program and will expire in 18 months. The following items have been removed from the agenda with a December 1st, 2022 return date. Consent calendar item 1E, that is ID 221749, regarding the SAFER grant. That was moved to the December 1st, 2022 agenda by staff. The following consent calendar items have been moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. Consent calendar item 1G, that is ID 221756, regarding the change order with 72-Hour LLC for Dodge Durango patrol vehicles, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1K, that is ID 221658, regarding the California Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant 2022, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. 1M, that is ID 221765, regarding compensation and benefit for employees and charter officials, moved to contested consent by staff for a presentation. Consent calendar item 1P, that is ID 221733, regarding the First Amendment to Consultant Service Agreement with MLA Green, Inc., moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And consent calendar item 1U, that is ID 221735, regarding a requirements contract for the purchase of solar real-time digital displays to WaySign LLC, moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And I have no other changes.
All right, council, is there any additional changes you'd like to make to the agenda?
Make a motion to approve.
Well, I think we have some changes down here.
Yeah, I would just like to pull item 1C for discussion. Which one? 1C. C is in capital. Yes. And just register my regular no vote on 1W.
Okay. So it's 1C, pull for discussion, 1W, no vote for Councilmember Redfield. Councilmember Carbasi?
Item 1A, 1B,
Oh, wait,
1C.
wait.
I'm kidding. No, we're good. On the 1005, number 2, I would like to have that postponed to the December 15th meeting at the same time.
Okay, so the 1005 item
Yes, please.
continued to the,
Continue to December 15th at the same time.
1005, number 2.
Or 2. Thank you. Yeah.
okay, and that was the only change, right, for you? Okay. Any other,
Council President, as a question for the city clerk, with what we read into the record for item 1X, does that satisfy, or do I have to formally actually read that into the record?
I'll answer the question. You're fine.
Okay.
With that reading into the record.
Thank you.
okay. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
A motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving the balance of the agenda? Seeing none, agenda passes 6-0. All right. Let's move on to our ceremonial presentations. We have a couple of proclamations by Councilmember Carbasi and Council Vice President Maxwell. The first proclamation is going to be for National Caregivers Month.
Thank you, Brianna. Anybody else joining us? No, have them come on up. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, good morning. How are you? Tyler Maxwell. Right in the middle. Good morning, man. Thanks for joining us. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm happy to kick off our first proclamation of today's meeting. I think one of the hardest things that could probably ever happen is watching a loved one grow old and not be able to care for themselves the way that they once were able to. Maybe this person was a victim of a stroke or dementia or Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease. and they've lost the ability to function day to day the way that they used to, whether that is caring for themselves, whether that's socializing with other people, whether that's financial literacy. They lose a lot of these skills. And I think what's equally hard too is being a person within the proximity of that individual, whether it's a son or a daughter or a grandchild or a brother and a sister, watching that loved one decline over the years and having to step up to the plate with absolutely no training, no experience on how to care for folks who have, suffered a stroke or dementia or Alzheimer's. We hope that that never happens to us, but the truth is over 90 million people in the United States are caregivers for a loved one. And so the facts show that this is inevitable, but it doesn't have to be an insurmountable barrier that we cross, because we have folks like the Caregiver Resource Center here in the Central Valley, which has been doing great work for decades and decades, all up and down the Central Valley, to provide resources not just for the folks who have succumbed to one of these diseases, but also for the family and friends who step up to the plate to take care of those folks. And again, that's providing a daytime care center for the elderly. That is providing financial literacy, teaching people how to navigate Medicare, providing therapy groups for these individuals, providing tools and resources for the children and the grandchildren and the brothers and sisters who step up to the plate to help out with a loved one. So we hope that we're never in that situation, but the good news is that if we ever are, we have good folks like these people standing here next to me who will provide the tools and the resources to help overcome one of the hardest obstacles that we have to face in our lives. And so we thank you very much. I think today is a day for you guys to be recognized and your work to be promoted because it really is essential. Without you folks, people would just be so clueless on how to navigate this difficult part of life. And so we really appreciate all the great work that you guys do.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yeah, I think very well said. I mean, we've had a good time getting to know each other over the last few years and the resources you provide. I have a lot of seniors that make up my constituency in District 2, but one of them is my dad, and I hope he votes for me. I don't know. No, but here's the thing. 20 years ago, I was just approaching, what was it, 19. If you had asked me what you do, I wouldn't know, because my father was 60, he was in great health, he was mobile, he was active, running the business. And 20 years later, you learn about the effect time and age has. It doesn't matter if you have a bunch of money or don't, it's going to get you. And, in the case of my family, I'm the youngest of all the kids, so I see what age has done, and we still love our parents the same, if not even more, because they're there 100% mentally, but they can't do quite as much physically, and it's frustrating because that's your parent, that's the boss. So it's nice to know, because maybe we're not equipped to know how to help them, because usually the parent is the one that tells you what to do, and now you have to help them along and guide them as they have to get care, whether it's medical care or physical therapy or just around-the-clock general care, and we can only be there so much. Valley Caregivers provides a resource not only for providing direct services to folks, but also through their ombudsman program, teaching others how to be advocates for the elderly, because they don't quite have a voice. And unfortunately, they're victims of crime. My father, through our business, was a victim of crime, and it was actually an elder abuse crime, not by anyone in the family, but by a customer. And it was tough seeing him having to going through that process, but having, in his case, the DA's office, having an ally and a support person made a difference. And that's what you do for so many other of our seniors that maybe they don't have kids, maybe they don't have family, or maybe unfortunately, they don't connect with their family, but they still have dignity, they're still important, and they need help. And you guys fill that gap very well. And thank you for doing that.
I want to thank both of you so much for recognizing us today, and more importantly, you're recognizing the family caregiver. For so many years, their voices have been silent, and you're bringing attention to their needs. And Valley Caregiver's mission is to help those caregivers and the seniors that are taking care of them also. So I just appreciate what you're doing for us. We thank you for our recent CDBG grant last year that helps our OASIS program, and it's helping to bring awareness also to the program so that we can encourage more people to attend a safe environment that the caregivers can also take a break while they're attending. So we thank you for that.
Would you like to say anything? Any of my colleagues wanted to chime in?
Yeah, just want to thank Councilmember, Vice President Maxwell, Councilmember Carbasi, and you folks for the work that you do every single day for National Caregivers Month. I know this month we're honoring, but you guys do that work every single day, not just for the month of November. And we want to thank you, and also want to publicly thank and encourage our caregivers that are for SEIU 2015 at the Sunnyside Convalescent Home. They're still waiting for an agreement, and we just want to take the opportunity to thank them as well, and all the other caregivers that help our seniors and folks that need help on a daily basis. So thank you. Thank you for the work that you all do on a daily basis.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez. And again, thank you to you folks. You guys are really doing God's work. We appreciate everything that you do for our community. Again, like Councilmember Chavez said, not just this month, but 365 days out of the year. Thank you. City Clerk, would you please read this into the record?
Whereas the role of a family caregiver is frequently an unexpected and significant responsibility that often changes the course of a family's life plan. And whereas in the United States, over 90 million people are caring for loved ones with chronic conditions, disabilities, diseases, and with frailties of old age. And whereas a family caregiver is someone who assists their loved ones with daily tasks such as shopping for food, cooking, cleaning, providing medicine, and helping them manage their day-to-day living. And whereas being a family caregiver comes with a variety of challenges, including stress, burnout, and impacts to their own physical and mental health. And whereas learning how to navigate the caregiving journey can add an extra layer of strain, often making it difficult for a caregiver to give proper attention to their own mental and physical well-being. And whereas the Valley Caregiver Resource Center is a valuable asset to our community, providing seniors and their caregivers across California with information, assistance, support, and education on all aspects of care. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor and Fresno City Council, acknowledge and thank Valley Caregivers Resource Center for their decades-long service to Central Valley seniors and their caregivers. Be it further resolved that we, the Mayor and Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim November 2022 in the city of Fresno as National Caregivers Month.
You want to kick this one? No. Well, good morning. I think we have most, if not all, of our BPAC members up here today. That's our Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Thank you for joining us for this somber yet important proclamation that we're going to present today. I'd like to talk about the first time I ever walked inside this building at City Hall was about 6 or 7 years ago, and it was to a BPAC meeting, actually, where I met some of you for the very first time, and I learned about some of the great projects that you were working on, but also there was an officer there, and the officer would give monthly updates as to how many pedestrians and cyclists had been struck and killed by a vehicle that year. And I remember the year that I ran for office, we actually had more people, cyclists and pedestrians struck and killed by a vehicle than we had homicides here in the city of Fresno. And so World Day of Remembrance is really to bring light to these folks whose lives were lost due to a vehicular collision, whether they were crossing a street or riding their bike to school or what have you. I know this last year we've had 22 deaths alone, if I'm not mistaken. And that's true for every single one of the council districts. We've experienced that in our home districts. And it's an important reminder that even though we've made a lot of progress the last couple years when it comes to infrastructure, there is still a lot of work to be done. And Vision Zero ties into all this because the vision for any city of our nature and our stature should aim to have 0 deaths on a year-to-year basis. Anything more is simply unacceptable. I could tell you in my district alone, we continue to make improvements on the Midtown Trail to connect East Fresno to Central Fresno. We're working on 3 protected bike lanes alone, some of those connecting Blackstone to Fresno State University to ensure that cyclists or people walking to school do not succumb to a fateful tragedy. But really, it's you folks who meet, every single month and oftentimes out of the BPAC meetings to come up with recommendations and policy ideas to connect us to transportation leaders to figure out how do we make our city safer to make sure that next year we don't have 22 deaths, that we have 0 deaths. And so we really appreciate the good work that you guys do on a daily basis. I know each and every single one of you is personally attached to this. Some of you have had family members that have been victims, and your heart has always been in this from day one, and we recognize that, and we appreciate everything that you guys do. So thank you very much. I'll hand it over to you, Councilmember.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I just want to thank the work of BPAC. We have a nice event coming up this Sunday that Matthew's going to talk about in a moment. But instead of talking, I'm just going to read off the names of the victims. And this is for the last year, and we've had some since. Colin Volpe, Patricia Nelson, Bhupinder Gill, Josh Brown, David Preciado, Rashad Al-Hakim Jr., Adela Santana Mululi, Angelica Beltran, Myra Fisher, Officer Steve Hunt, Diana Hernandez, Susan Hernandez, Theodore Ceja, Raquel Cigarroa, Frank Romero, Monique Contreras, Abelina Ortiz de Garcia, Judy Fisher, Jose Fernandez, Michael Williams, and Paul Moore. Those are just some of the victims we've had, people in our community just using our roads as they should be, and unfortunately being killed. And we don't call them accidents, we call them collisions, because accidents are avoidable. So I want to thank you again for your passion, and we're not going to rest until we have a Vision Zero future.
I could probably have a couple of speakers.
Yes.
From BPAC.
Yes.
Let's do 2 people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, council members, for the proclamation for World Day of Remembrance. Nobody should be killed just by walking or biking on our streets. And we really appreciate everybody's commitment in the city of Fresno to work together towards Vision Zero to ensure that we don't have to read the names of more victims killed just by walking or biking. On Sunday, we have a great event, and Matthew's going to talk more about this.
So me and the BPAC Event Planning Committee, along with Councilmember Carbassi's office, have been working to put together the City of Fresno's first ever commemoration of World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims. It's scheduled that at 3 p.m. We will meet at City Hall for a bike ride up to the Tower District, meet by the theater, and bike back. And then by 4 p.m. we'll begin a remembrance ceremony. We'll also ask people in attendance to sign a Vision Zero pledge in front of City Hall. And then at 5 p.m. we'll have a visual walk to the water tower, which will be lit in yellow to try and think about how we can move from mourning those who we've lost to action.
And I want to thank Council Vice President Maxwell for partnering with us on that too. Okay, thank you all. We really appreciate it.
Let's have the clerk read
Yeah, clerk. Yeah, we're gonna have Dr. Molina speak, and then we'll have the clerk read it into the record. I always forget that part, Todd. Sorry.
Thank you, both council members Tyler Maxwell and Mike Carbassi, and all the other council members for your support. And our ask this year on World Day of Remembrance is for the adoption of a formal resolution for Vision Zero in the city of Fresno. And so we ask your support to move us forward to achieve our goal of safer streets for everyone, including bicyclists and pedestrians. So, thank you.
Okay, now clerk, would you mind reading it into the record?
Whereas, on October 26, 2005, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims to globally acknowledge the millions of people that have tragically lost their lives due to roadway collisions. And whereas, in 2021, California had an average of 4,161 motor-related casualties. Fresno alone had more than 54 road casualties in the last year, with 22 of the incidents resulting in pedestrian fatalities. And whereas, more than half of all road traffic fatalities involve vulnerable road users, including pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists. And whereas, World Day of Remembrance also serves as an opportunity to thank the various emergency service responders that are crucial in responding to roadway collisions and to advocate for evidence-based actions to prevent further road traffic deaths and injuries. And whereas the City of Fresno is committed to improving road safety for all by installing road safety infrastructure to support vulnerable road users. And whereas, as a city, we strive to make our streets safe for all road users, including motorists, pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, and those living with limited mobility or disabilities. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Mayor and Fresno City Council, recognize the third Sunday of November as World Remembrance and pay homage to all people across the world who have lost their life or have been seriously injured while using the road. Be it further resolved that we, the Mayor and Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim November 20th, 2022 in the city of Fresno as World Remembrance Day.
We can hold on to it till Sunday.
All right, fantastic. Let's come back on up to the dais, and we'll have council member reports and comments. We can take those in order. Councilmember Arias, do you have any report this morning?
Thank you, Council President. Just a few thank yous to Public Works for their work on trimming the trees downtown, and for Public Works on getting a follow-up meeting in the Tower neighborhood on the protected bike lanes. I know I missed a meeting for the public, but we had a special closed session council meeting that went extremely late that day. And of course, thank you to the Parks and Public Works Department for helping us with the reopening of the Tubman Park in West Fresno, as well as the work they're doing at Hinton Park. And on the agenda today, the additional design work they're doing at the MLK Park. Looks like we are finally in the midst of busy season for design work and development work of parks, so it's going to be an extremely busy few months coming forward. So thank you ahead of time for the long hours of the designers, the consultants, the architects, Public Works professionals, and our Parks Department. It's going to be tight, but I think we're going to be in a good season of finishing up parks. That concludes my comments, Council President.
Councilmember Carbasi, I'll go back your direction.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. This is our last meeting before the holiday. I hope, be careful making your turkeys. We don't want any fires, but I hope you have a great time with your families. And I just want to say Operation Gobble is on its way. So it's something that we do every year. We partner with Pinedale Elementary, and this year we're adding Nelson Elementary. So we can make sure, with costs going up, it's even more expensive to buy groceries this year than it was last year. And 400 families, with the support of our sponsors, will be able to get a ticket that allows them to get a box with all kinds of fresh goods, including a turkey, and what they need to make their own Thanksgiving dinner. So I think everyone should be able to celebrate the holidays like the rest of us can do. And tough times shouldn't be able to stop you from doing that. We need goodness. We need people to come together now more than ever. So that's my report. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Chavez, any report?
I just want to wish folks a happy Thanksgiving. We will be sponsoring this year again over at Senior Citizens Village the Thanksgiving for some of the seniors there that will not be or can't travel to be home with their families. But I want to thank the Senior Village for the work they've been doing every single year, and just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Councilmember Redderfield? Council Vice President?
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of updates. My first update is actually a thank you to the administration. Last week, we announced that we're adding free Wi-Fi to 2 more of our city buses. So now we have the BRT, which is the one that runs up and down Blackstone Avenue in my district. We've added to that lines 9 and lines 38, which run up and down Cedar Avenue and Shaw Avenue near Fresno State. This has been a huge priority for me. Those lines go to Highway City in Councilmember Carbasi's district. They go all the way down to Calwa in Councilmember Chavez's district. These are some neighborhoods where Wi-Fi at home is not a guarantee. And so it's been really nice to provide this access and this service to students going to Fresno State to catch up on homework, to prepare for class, to school and on the way home. So that has been a big push for several of us on the dais. I appreciate the administration's support in making that happen, and I know the hope is to add even more lines in spring of next year as well. So we thank you for your help on that. Second announcement, we do have, we are going to continue our tradition of Operation Gobble. My predecessor began this in his time in office, and something my office has continued the tradition of. So that's going to be this Saturday, beginning at 12 p.m. We're going to give away hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Thanksgiving meals to folks who aren't able to get them at home. We're going to be located at Wesley United Methodist Church. That's at 1343 Barstow Avenue. We're giving away full Thanksgiving meals. We have turkeys, we have potatoes, we have stuffing, we have gravy, we have canned goods, and we have a lot. So I encourage you to tell anybody that doesn't have access to a Thanksgiving meal to stop by this Saturday, pull up, and we'll personally take care of them and put the whole meal in their trunk, and they could take off. So it should be a pretty smooth process. Do want to thank our sponsors and our partners, Pardini's, Mid-Valley Disposal, Amazon, Fresno State, Fashion Fair, Central California Food Bank, Reyes Coca-Cola, Wesley United Methodist Church, our Parks Department, Meathead Movers, JD Foods, and our local Ironworkers 155 for all stepping up to the plate, either contributing food directly, sponsorship dollars, or helping us out at the day at the event by distributing food. So that'll conclude my remarks, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Just a few things, again, very busy time, and in District 7, lots of different things going on, very positive things. A couple weeks back, had the privilege of attending the Jackson Elementary Fall Festival, seeing our students and community members in that neighborhood. Participated in the Veterans Day parade that we have here annually. It's been back now, second year it's come back since COVID. It was a great success once again. This last Saturday, we hosted a Beautify Fresno event in partnership with Beautify Fresno, as well as Building Healthy Communities and cleaning up that neighborhood, and simultaneously hosted a group of young men here at City Hall for a mock council meeting and civic engagement workshop in partnership with Delta Sigma Theta alumni. So that was great, bouncing back and forth between City Hall and the neighborhood cleanup. Yesterday, we had a great town hall on the Blackstone corridor with the Blackstone merchants. Had an opportunity to hear from merchants up and down from the south side of the corridor all the way to the north side. I want to thank all the folks who joined us there, the Vice President Maxwell, the Mayor, Chief Balderrama, Deputy Chief Burke Farah, as well as our Central Precinct Captain. Captain Beckwith, yes, Captain Beckwith. I was trying to remember everybody who was there in order. It was like 10 of us on the panel. Erica Camarena from the City Attorney's Office, and Lance from Economic Development. I think I covered everybody. But we had a whole slate of folks, as well as the Parks Director, Public Works Director, other folks from Economic Development joined us as well. So it was a good opportunity for the Blackstone merchants to express some of the frustrations and let us know about some of the intricate issues that are occurring. And again, the future is bright for the spine of our city. So always, our doors are always open for those folks as well. That will conclude my remarks, and we'll move over to the city manager and/or mayor's report.
I'm going to go before the mayor today, or I'm going to let him finish up. So a few things. First, I just want to make sure that folks know that on November 20th, we will be lighting the water tower yellow in honor of World Day of Remembrance for road traffic victims. So thank you to Councilmember Carbasi for that request, and we're happy to be able to do that. Also want to just make sure everybody is aware of some memos that went out since the last meeting. We did the I defer three-quarter report. We did a memo on the Measure P audit of hiring the CPA firm to do the required Measure P audit. We also put out a memo regarding the airport solar farm, re-energizing the solar farm out there, an alternative solution to what was discussed at council a few weeks ago. And then we also put out a tray memo on the progress report for reducing long-term absences in the police department. They've made tremendous headway on that. I want to, in the spirit of this being the last meeting before Thanksgiving, once again, thank you to everyone on my team and our office. Thank you to the employees in this city for all that they do every day. And thank you to all of the elected officials, the mayor, council members. You know, as we all say, sometimes, you know, it's only the bad stuff that gets splashed, but there's a lot of good work that gets done here day in and day out. And I just think that goes to show that when you work together, it is amazing how much progress that can get made. So looking forward, you know, I know we still have a month of meetings in December, but I am thankful for when we can all be on the same page and work together and do great things for our community. So thank you. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor to finish up.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Council. Member Carbasi, if you would join me. I'm going to just keep one comment. I want to introduce a delegation that we have that's here in Fresno today and with us for a few more days. But I'd like to introduce some folks from Erseca, I got it, Erseca, Albania, and which is near the border of Greece. And we have with us today Mayor Arion Isai. If you would please stand. Thank you for being with us today. And he has a delegation with him. Your wife is with you, as well as you have your vice mayor, and finance and water and sewage, public services, personnel, maintenance and investment administrators. And so they're going to be spending time with us all week. I'm going to have them come up shortly. But what they're here for is to learn from the city of Fresno, to learn government, to be able to sit through council and watch our legislative process. I'm sure our council will be on their best behavior today, which would be rare, quite frankly. But like all cities, Erseca has municipal challenges, and hopefully to gain some insight from U.S. cities. Mayor Isai has developed a positive working relationship with many of our Fresno residents and living in Albania who have ties to our local First Presbyterian Church. And so what I do know is that the First Presbyterian Church of Fresno has been very supportive of humanitarian efforts in Erseca and the wider area there in that region. So Mayor Isai and many other Albanian leaders are from the nation's younger generation, well, most of them, but from the younger generation, and are working toward integration with Western Europe. And so it's my understanding that you're hopeful of European Union membership, and I hear that active negotiations are underway with the Council of the European Union. So what I'd like for all of you to do, if you would just please come forward, and Mayor, I'd like to have you speak, but I'd like for all of you, please bring your wife. Please come up here. Also, Councilmember. Well, I'll have you speak. Say a few words.
No, every time we have someone come in from a delegation from around the world, it means a lot to us, whether they're from Mexico or Armenia or El Salvador. And now we have friends from Albania, and that's great. And I really applaud your efforts to get EU membership and the work you're doing, because like us, we all want to take care of our residents and our constituents, and we want to help them improve. And economics is very important. So welcome to Fresno. Your wife has amazing shoes. Those Nikes are awesome. Go Nike. Sorry. Those are little blue, those are nice, yeah. So, but we look forward to your visit, and we're honored to host you. And thank you, Mayor.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honored Mayor, honored council members. Thank you for this meeting. I appreciate so much. We have from 3 days here on Fresno. Today is the third day. The first day was done a short meeting with Pastor Luis. It was amazing that I see and I saw, and I know what the project we are going to do for the community. And let me say, it was amazing to see for us what you have done and what you are going to do for the community. We have the same thing, but with the economy of our city and our peoples. Not just in Albania, but in all the Western Balkans, the big problem here is the moment when the family and the peoples is going to move from the smaller city to the capitals or to the other part of Europe on USA. And we are new, so many of directors are new, and we are going to do the challenge of the economy to see on the families one growing up economy and one big hope to see their city like their hope and their future. So thank you for this meeting, and I hope to see as soon as possible, for example, one sister cities together to do great things together in culture, and the best examples how we can do the challenge and how we can be the challenge. So Mayor, you are coming from policy, I'm coming from art. I'm here from 3 years. I was working on television like theater director and screenwriter, so we can do together the art of the law.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much. We'll take a quick photo here if we might.
So I have a little gift for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
A little bag with our tourism logo. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Albanian flag for your office. And a little book of history from Albania. You can see what Colonia has done from their history to today. And I hope to see you soon in Albania first one, and why not in Colonia?
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
It's
And
a
we'll
great
be
pleasure.
speaking later today.
Yeah.
Maybe I can get a Coca-Cola in the building somewhere. Okay.
Mayor, is that going to conclude your, okay, all right. All right. All right, let's get to business. We have the consent calendar. We're going to take public comment before we conduct a vote on the consent calendar. Before I jump into public comment, are there any additional items council would like to pull for contested consent? I think we pulled them all already, so hopefully none. So I have all of the ones that you had listed off, clerk, plus 1C. Does that sound right? Yeah, so 1G, 1K, 1M is in Mary, 1P, 1U, and 1C is in cat. Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and conduct public comment. This includes unscheduled communication. If you would like to comment on anything that's on the consent calendar or contested consent calendar as well, or if you'd like to comment on any of the closed session items. If you are in the chamber and would like to speak, please fill out a yellow card, just like this one. They're down here. You can give them to the clerk, and she'll bring them up to myself. And if you're on Zoom, please feel free to raise your hands, and we will call on you. So I do have a small stack of cards here to begin with. And the first card I have is going to be for here in the chamber, Steve Diddy. Come on down, Steve. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Well, as a writer and a former professional journalist in Fresno, and also the founder of a local political brain trust, or political brain chamber, as I call it, I'm pleased to see on item 1739, 22-1739, that funding is going to be increased for Artes Americas in Fresno on building improvements, a couple of other things. But I have an idea to expand on that, and it piggybacks off of a National Endowment of the Arts program that's already established, and that's the creation of an FEE and an FEA, Fresno Entrepreneurial Endowment, and a Fresno Arts Endowment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be Philip Newfield.
Good morning. The Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion has thoroughly reviewed the Magellan Broadband Strategic Plan, coming before the council today as a workshop. While we appreciate that the council sees the city's need for a broadband plan, this report has major flaws and is not yet adequate to guide city policy. We hope to have a chance to comment more fully so Magellan can correct these reports' errors and the gaps before the plan is adopted. Here are some specific examples. Yes, digital equity is a large issue in Fresno, yet the Broadband Strategic Plan did not include residents' on-the-ground experiences of poor quality internet that we know so well over the last couple of years, nor the millions of internet speed measurements submitted by the Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion showing internet speeds far below those advertised by the incumbents. The recommendation should insist on better data to guide investments and policy of residents to prioritize investments. We disagree with the finding that Fresno has incumbent providers that support the majority of the city. And the report hints at that as well. Disadvantaged neighborhoods pay more for internet service, and the incumbent's internet service in these neighborhoods uses older technology like Comcast coax, cable, or AT&T's copper DSL. Fresno Unified built an app called MyQOI that measures internet quality, and it's on 60,000 laptops. We have millions of rows of measurements of internet speed, and this data showed since July 1st that 13,875 students didn't connect once, and 16,144 students had download speeds of less than 25 megabits per second. And we know that residents in low-income dwelling complexes, mobile home parks, and senior center complexes are further constrained by incumbent rules, funding constraints, and landlord willingness to solve for digital inclusion. We've got a lot of work to do, and the incumbents aren't doing it. So we need to lead in together through partnerships that include the city, the county, anchor institutions like the schools in our region, and Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion. And then one last point, we have worked together, Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion. It's a cross-sector collaborative, 35-plus organizations committed to digital inclusion. And we welcome partnerships, but through that work, we've actually advocated for middle-mile routes that better serve residents in our communities across Fresno County and in Fresno, in the city of Fresno. We've also advocated for what's called a regional exchange. It brings more high-tech jobs here, more data centers. And through that advocacy, the EDC, the city, and the county are now working with CNIC, Golden State Network, to make this a reality, bringing more high-tech jobs and opportunity to our region and lowering costs for every citizen, every resident to be better connected. So again, thank you for leaning in for digital inclusion. for paying attention to this. They're just, and some of the, we agree with a lot of the recommendations, but there's things that we need to add, and the report needs to be tuned to respect the digital inclusion reality on the ground. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. Next speaker is going to be Craig Jones.
Good morning, Council President Esparza, Vice President Maxwell, and council members. My name is Craig Jones, and get it out the way, I'm a transplant from Sacramento. And I was brought down here to look at the Valley Dream Center, which is one of your phenomenal resources on Winery Avenue. And upon first arriving, I attended a morning event at Vision View, another extraordinary location there in the airport district. Got to meet the council member Maxwell, and we got to meet some of the surrounding businesses. The whole point of me being here is to say we are here. The Dream Center is here, and it's available for not only use, but we want to create a very safe, fun-filled location for all of Fresno. We also want to work with the airport district, collaborating to make sure our businesses are getting the best bang out of the buck. We have about 4.5 acres and several amenities, to include a commercial kitchen, a multi-purpose room, newly renovated recreation room, about 8 classrooms, full-size covered gym, which is what I'm getting the most interest in right now. In fact, I have 3 basketball teams and 4 volleyball teams there 4 nights a week, so we're starting to get people going. We're putting a class on. Some of the other things we're doing is putting a class on for high schoolers. It's from an evidence-based curriculum, Love Notes, which teaches healthy relationships as well as sexual avoidance. I bring that up because the class would like to come visit the council and would like to offer some advice on a subject they came up with themselves that they feel can be fixed in the city. So I hope to schedule that soon. I'd also like to see them get a chance to come through your, I don't want to say city academy, but whatever program you've just put in place to allow people to see how city government works. I think it's important that our kids get a jump on that. We'd like to invite everybody to Christmas on the Block, which we're going to showcase our airport district partners at the Dream Center on the 21st of December. And we hope some of all of you can come out and just support our vision to make the airport district a tight, well-functioning collaborative. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. My office would be happy to help coordinate bringing some youth in here to City Hall. We'll work with you on that. Thanks.
All right. Next speaker is going to be Fernando Paul Elizondo Sr.
Peace be with you, better known as the messenger. I have a message for all of you. Repent. One size fits all. Okay, we have a lot of issues on the table, but I only have 2 seconds to go. We need to clarify that we need to go to the right chase, and that's $600,000, not go after Mr. Esparza, who's just trying to do his job. And congratulations on that first step. It's coming down. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Remember that, the 9th Amendment, commandment of the Bible. We also have a lot of issues of what's going on in Sacramento. They put a stop to that $40 million, right? I think I might have had a little bit to do with that. I'm making an appointment to go speak to the governor. Since I plan to be the mayor in 2 more years, I'm not running for mayor, I'm walking. I'm walking through the steps, I'm getting groomed, and I already know most of you. I know a lot of you don't like me, but I'm not here to be liked. It's here to take care of the issues. Not about me, it's about we. So when you vote, don't vote for me, vote for us. Okay? Now my 2 minutes are up, but Mr. Esparza, I want to congratulate you. Don't put your guard down. Like the Bible says, cursed is a man who puts trust in another man. And That's the Bible's telling you, okay? We want to congratulate you because you're on the right track. You're a good man. So is Mr. Benefield. He's just being misled. That's all. So, Mr. Benefield, some days you're my hero and some days you're my zero. So I don't know which one you're going to be today, you know? But we try to help each other. That's why we're here. It's a community, right? Georgina, I have a bone to pick with you. I have been a counselor in research and development, and I'm only trying to help the city, okay? If you look at some of those paperwork that I've given you, they have a lot of vital information. Mr. Carter, hopefully, is coming next year, and we're going to get together with him, and he'll take care of the homeless problem. And he won't worry. He won't get blinded by the glitter because the man's rich already, even though he doesn't drive a Maserati, but he's pretty good. Yeah. Take it from the messenger. The whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. Okay? God bless all of you.
All right, our next speaker is going to be Joe Martinez.
Good morning, Council President Nelson Esparza, Vice President Tyler, and the City Council. November is National Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month, and it was on this day, this month, that the Fresno EOC decided to close its sanctuary youth shelter after 30 years in serving Fresno's runaway homeless youth population. The reason given was there were not enough homeless kids to serve. However, 4.2 million youth experience homelessness each year in the U.S. In California, it's likely about 200,000 under the age of 18 years old are homeless for one day and more. Last year in Fresno, 3,361 children were reported as runaways or missing to the Fresno Police Department. Per CPS, there are 1,900 children who are in the foster care system. Often, the county child welfare does not have enough foster homes to place these kids, while there remains a backlog in recruiting and approving loving families willing to become resource families. Fresno Unified reports that there are more than 2,300 homeless students who often are living in homeless shelters, motels, and other places that are not stable, safe, or healthy. 1 out of 4 youth on the streets today identify as LGBTQ youth. These youth are kicked out for coming out. This population are high risk for drug use, suicide, survival sex, according to the Colors Foundation. Now that the only youth shelter serving all of Fresno County, not just the city, but the entire county, plus the Central Valley, it is the only shelter that served children as far north as Stockton and as far south as Bakersfield, has closed. Where do our vulnerable youth go for a safe place? As I said, ironically enough, the month of November is National Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Kevin Miller.
Morning, Council. Thanks for the time today. I'm here with Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion. Wanted to comment a little bit about the broadband strategic plan that you guys will be getting into in your council workshop this afternoon. FCDI has thoroughly reviewed this report and the strategic plan, and we really appreciate and want to honor the city's engagement and leaning into this issue, a digital divide that exists in our city. We all know, and we learned acutely during the pandemic, just how inequitable access is in our city, and how the different members of our coalition, these residents are all in each other's homes. My day job is a district director of enterprise architecture at State Center Community College District. Many of our other coalition partners are in education, community-based organizations throughout the city. And we understand that our users are in each other's homes, and we have to solve this problem together. And so when reading the report, there's some really great stuff in there, and I really appreciate that the city is leaning in. However, we really need to understand how the digital divide developed in this town and in this city, and not use the same strategies to resolve the problem that created the problem. And so I'd encourage you to take the advice of the Fresno Coalition and some of the data that Phil mentioned this morning. We have tremendous amounts of data that we've developed over the last few years. Pull the report. It needs a little bit more attention to adequately reflect the lived experience of the peoples in these communities. Some of the major challenges around low-income housing, multi-dwelling units, public housing. We're not going to solve these problems with the solutions that cause them. And you know, these residents have, they pay more for less access, and we really need to partner together to solve the problems. I think there's some public-public partnerships, anchor institutions that would work closely with the city to resolve these things. And if you find out more information about our coalition at connectfresno.org. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is going to be Des.
Sorry, gotta get my glasses. Hold on, hair's in the way. Hold on. Okay, so you got, oh, thanks for allowing me to speak, all that good stuff. You guys are doing World Remembrance Day, which is great. I'm glad we're finally doing it here in Fresno, California. I would like to see all the unhoused to also be remembered. Over 7 years, I have lost so many to auto versus bike or pedestrian murders. And so long we have waited for the day that they too are remembered. Not only should we remember them, we should also fight for justice on so many unsolved murders. Some still uncharged, like Sean Ginder. Again, Sean Ginder. Mo and Lucky were taken in the most gruesome murder by vehicle in Fresno history, unless somebody can prove me otherwise. Let's remember Mo and Lucky by charging Sean Ginder while he still sits in the hospital. Casper, he was unhoused for many years. Casper was known as the bike man. He could fix any bike or car that you had or build one from parts of many different types of bikes. He took in the newbies and tried to talk to them into going home, and if that didn't work, he would educate them on survival of living the streets of the Fresno wars. Casper shared everything and gave the shirt off his back, even in the rain. One night, Casper rode his bike to KFC to get food for the camp. On his way back, he was hit by a young girl speeding a truck down West Avenue. She hit him so hard his handlebars went through his throat and out the side of his head. He was only 10 feet from home. The girl left. She came back with a man driving the truck. The officers talked to them, and they were released, and nobody was ever charged. I'm asking for justice for Mo and Casper and many others, housed and unhoused, that have been killed. Let me leave you with the words spoken by Casper. I am not homeless. I live in God's house, and I have the biggest master bedroom any one of you could ever ask for. So I'm asking for justice for every individual, and please add train on this too. Many of our individuals, housed and unhoused, and children, people in cars, have been killed by trains also. So please, think about the safety over at the train tracks. Think about the safety, the bike lanes. We're doing some improvement, but we're not doing enough in the low-income neighborhoods. There's bike lanes that are so faded that I almost ended up hitting somebody, because their bike lane ended at the same time. It's faded, you guys. We need more safety out here. We need more programs for people. Where can we go to talk to other individuals that are going through the same thing as us. Let's get a community open where we can have individuals go and speak and be a part of making it safer in our Fresno area for bikes and bike lanes all over Fresno, just not one part, please.
Thank you, Des.
All over.
We're going to move over to Zoom. Again, if you're in the chamber and would like to speak, make sure you fill out a yellow card up here at the front. Going to Zoom, our first speaker is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Nelson. How are you doing today?
Good morning.
First off, I want to congratulate Esmeralda Soria once again for her win. Looking forward to her going to Assembly and seeing what wonderful things she will do for not only the Valley, but for Fresno. I want to start off with thanking the Roding Park staff for their assistance yesterday, and also to remind everybody that my play group will be out on Wednesday at 11 o'clock. So bring out your dogs the day before Thanksgiving, get them all played out. I guarantee they'll sleep for 2 days afterwards. And also to remind all puppy parents, you know, your dog parks are there. It's a good way to run off some energy in the upcoming Thanksgiving season, or as I call it, the day of the oppressor. The other thing, congratulations, Andrew Jans, on the appointment of becoming the city attorney. And I asked him to follow up on some continuing questions I've had for the past year about the violations of individual rights for day users at Roding Park, and how they're systematically systemically harassed by the HART team. Also, too, will he be looking into the misuse of tax dollars through the HART team for the August 2021 photo op down by what used to be Dez's safe camp? And also, to, are we ever going to get any resolution on the hit and run of Ginder? Because, you know, that was a very gruesome murder. And also, to, will we have any public information regarding the police officer running over the homeless individual? And can someone assure me that he's actually alive? Also, to Mr. Arias, yesterday there was a police incident on the 800 block of Weber, I forget. Anyway, it's a block behind John Muir. It happened about 4:30, 5 o'clock. You know, they were chasing people with guns. I think it was a carjacking. My concern with that incident was John Muir was not put down on lockdown for their after-school program with the kids. And I'm kind of wondering, why didn't the police department notify the school? The report that I got out of from a grandmother was the parent went to pick up the child and the police, you know, hurried him off campus. And I think that maybe that with the police situation involving guns, multiple police officers, and I believe even the helicopter, yours should have been put down on lockdown for the safety of the children.
Lisa,
And with that,
we're about out of time, but thank you for sharing. Our next speaker is going to be Latanya Beeman.
Good morning.
Good morning, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Latanya Beeman. I'm calling from Horseback Ministry in West Fresno. I serve there, the youth in the community. And I'm calling regarding 2 matters. The Army Park, the West Army Park, is the center of the community there for all the children of all cultures. And we're so glad we have that park, but it doesn't have a restroom. And the parents, the church is a few doors down from the park, and the parents come and they say, why don't they have a restroom at that park because it's such an important piece of the community there. So I wanted to ask if you guys can put, um, give us a water park in West Fresno for our children so we don't have to go way over on Chestnut when we want to go to the water park. For the children that only could walk to the park that don't have parents to take them, way to Chestnut. We need a water park there in West Fresno for us, right there on West Almy to go with our little park there. And I've been serving in the community, helping the children. I haven't been charging the parents. And I'm trying to add on a kitchen and another bathroom to the church. I need help with that, with permit and plans. And I own the property there. And it's like 12,600 square feet. And I wanted to talk with someone maybe about putting some buildings there or to kind of go with something to help with the children in that community there. Maybe could help me with that. Okay, I think that's it. God bless Fresno. I love you. And bless the messenger too. Thank you.
Our next speaker on Zoom will be Brandy N.
Okay, thank you. I definitely agree with the woman, Latanya, and want to mention that I heard that there will be another community needs meeting in West Fresno at Legacy Grounds, and I hope that she'll be over there. We do need more resources like water parks and bathrooms there in West Fresno. I want to show my support for 1N. We definitely need more caseworkers in the shelters and in general, and I know that was mentioned at the community meeting yesterday, and do want to thank those who are working at those meetings that with the Housing and Community Development, because we were able to bring some of our unhoused members and they shared that as well as other needs, and it was a good opportunity. So support that. Stand with what Des said, and that those who are unhoused are included, and that there would be these safety measures would be made a priority, especially in underserved areas. With the statement with George Martinez, we do have a lot of homeless youth, and it is heartbreaking that it closed. And I ask that something will be done, that we would have these services. I believe that I thought there was a increase in beds that were put in just a month or two ago. So please ensure that our unhoused youth know they have access, know they have safe access, and that they do have access to shelter services that are absolutely needed. And I want to mention that with concerns, especially with the cold and everything, that we do have service for unhoused, but responding to some of the things that Nelson may have heard yesterday at or I know at the town hall, we need a place for people to go and want to bring up safe camps and safe lots again, for a place where people can be, where there can be security, where there can be sanitation, where there could be a place for people to go, where people can be able to stay in contact with caseworkers, where they can be able to get rides over to warming centers and feel secure. So I ask that be considered. And I want to support 1X, 1D. I think we really need more economic development for the underserved groups and neighborhoods, and appreciate that, as well as support that the increased funding of Arte Americas is a huge asset to our community. And as I may or may not be there at this time, I support and thank you for the resolution for the people in for the women and children in Iran. And as always, every single time I ask that we stop displacement of our unhoused and focus on their safety, especially as months are way colder than normal. Thank you.
Our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Laura Splotch.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak, council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling on behalf of the Tower Theater. For 18 months, we were out there protesting the sale to a church, only to have the city buy it from the owners and then you placed him in that spot to run it. Kind of a slap in the face for us protesting all this time, only because he allowed Proud Boys to come into the neighborhood. In fact, Josh Fulfer, a well-known antagonist of ours, was arrested yesterday. Hopefully, the sheriff will hear this and keep him in jail because that was not his first offense on carrying weapons. That aside, Lawrence Christensen, which is his real name. Everybody calls him Abate, but that's his adopted name, not his real name, that he uses on his LLC or his corporation or whatever. When I did a show there last month, I had to sign over checks to him in his name, and I was uncomfortable with that. I didn't feel like that was the right thing to do. I thought the city owned it. Well, he said, well, yes, but this is how it's done. And everybody I spoke to at the city said, this is how we're going to do it for now. Well, he literally took every cent that we made on the show, and we lost money on the show, which happens from time to time when you do show. But I just feel that the city has a list of prices that I've seen from my new council person elect, Annalisa, sent me the new pricing list. Nothing like what he charged me, and had to pay him $1,500 aside from that, just to rent the theater for our nonprofit to have a show there. I felt that it was wrong that he was allowed to do whatever he felt like doing, saying that this is how we've always done it in the past, knowing full well that I know that's not how it's going to be done in the future. My hope is that the city council will hire another entity, not Christensen Corporation, to run that theater. I've seen the list. I love most of the people on that list. My vote goes for Team Neville and Scotland. Those folks are great. They're doing a show there in December. I just want the Tower Theater to be everything it can be without his fingers reaching in other people's pockets. Thank you. That's all I had to say. I have proof if you need it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else on Zoom. I don't have any more yellow cards. We're here in the chamber. We'll go ahead and close public comments at this point. Come back to the consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the balance?
Mr. President?
I'll second. We have a motion, we have a second on the balance of the consent calendar, minus the items that were pulled for discussion.
I still have about a
Public
minute
comments
left.
over,
I have a credit for 1 minute.
we don't.
I just wanted to,
Fernando, please, we need to proceed with the meeting. Any opposition to approving the balance of the consent agenda? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. All right, so let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 contested consent items. Let's go with some of the timed items, see if we can zip through some of these briefly. The 10 a.m. In District 5, the CFD at Tulare and Fowler.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that. Is there, we'll go ahead and open public comment for the 10 a.m. item, the CFD number 9 at Tulare and Fowler, either on Zoom or here in person. Going once, going twice. All right, go ahead and close public comments for the hearing on the 10 a.m. item. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving the 10 a.m. item? CFD number 9. Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. All right, let's go on to the 10:05 a.m. number 1, rezone application at Alluvial and, what is this, Paula and Willow?
Yeah, Paula and North.
Yeah,
Willow.
District 6.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second, and a third. I'll go ahead to public comments at this rezone, the north side of East Alluvial between North Paula and North Willow. Anyone in the chamber or on Zoom? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment on the 10:05 a.m. item number 1. Is there any opposition to approving the 10:05 a.m. item number 1 in District 6? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. We tabled the 10:05 a.m. Number 2, the 10:10 a.m. item, the TEFRA hearing, to hear and consider information concerning the proposed issuance of tax-exempt health facility revenue bonds by the Michigan Finance Authority for the purpose of financing or refinancing to the borrower.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open up the hearing, the TEFRA hearing at this point. If anyone from the public would like to speak on the 10:10 a.m. item regarding the TEFRA hearing, or on Zoom. Okay, go ahead and close that hearing. We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving the resolution attached to the 10:10 a.m. item regarding the TEFRA hearing? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. And the next timed item is at 11 a.m., so we'll go ahead and take a pause there and let's see here. Move back to Councilmember Carbasi. Do you want to take on your 4A item, or do you want to do that later?
If it's okay, I have some, something I'm waiting on. We'll do it later.
Okay,
It's okay.
fine.
Thank
All
you.
right, move back to contested consent then. We'll take contested consent in order, starting with item 1G, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
1C.
1C or 1G?
Oops, yeah, we had that 1C added.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1C by Councilmember
problem.
Barfield.
Yeah, the question I have, Arte Americas, this is $413,000. I just wanted to raise before the council, they just received $7 million from state, if I'm not mistaken. I know we committed this, I think, in June, but I wanted to raise the issue that they did just receive $7 million. Could that $7 million not go towards these capital improvements?
I can't answer that question. I don't know enough about the $7 million state award. I know we were just the pass-through. I don't know if Councilmember Arias knows more information. Courtney,
Sure.
do you know more about the?
A member of Arte Americas is here.
Oh,
She may
perfect.
Great.
Vivian.
If I may, before the Arte Americas comes up, during the pandemic, as you know, Member Butterfield, a lot of these places were closed.
Yep.
And they went through a significant amount of vandalism, everything from copper wire that terminated their air conditioning units to human feces, tearing up of the gates, and then physical damage to the building. So this applicant applied with the other nonprofits when we opened up the American Rescue Funds for bids to make these kind of improvements. And you're right, after we awarded the money, then the state came in with some dollars for programming and expansion.
Yeah, and so that's basically, everything you're saying is correct. I'm just addressing the fact. You did get $7 million and wanted to raise that as an issue in light of the fact we're about to award you $400,000.
Yes, Councilmember, thank you for your time. We actually haven't received the funds yet. We're hoping to get them soon, and we're excited about them. We've been extremely underfunded for 35 years. We typically have one staff member. This year, we did our best and had 1.5 full-time staff members. So the state funds are not only going to go into capital improvements, but they're also going to go into a long-term staff sustainability plan. We're going to put 5 years away, and then in the meantime, we're going to work hard to raise those funds to sustain those levels. A lot of the things that we're doing are education-based. We're serving a lot of students in the Fresno Unified School District. And the building is 111 years old, and the $7 million, when we set aside the bucket of money for staff is not going to take care of all the improvements. We did apply for the city funds before we even dreamed of getting the 7 million, and they were to address issues of impact during COVID, specifically all the security issues that we've been having, the damage. We sustained over our HVAC to replace it, for example, because of the type of building it is and how old and all the removal and the asbestos. The quote 3 years ago was $350,000 just to fix that. We plan to use the city funds for fencing, for security measures. The other day, we found a gun on the property. We have a lot of school tours. Someone overdosed on another day that there was a public event there. And so we're very, very concerned about security at Arte Americas right now. We actually have a meeting with PD later this morning to get some support. Our staff is concerned for their safety. Sure. We now have to purchase, buy the security guards just to make sure that we can remove people who are not authorized to be there. So these funds will be put to very good use. The amount of work we've done for 35 years with a very modest budget has been, I think, very commendable. And I assure you, with the investments that we make, that we're going to be transparent and make a huge impact on the lives of families and children in our community.
Yeah. Okay, and we reached out to you, just so you know, and we never got a call back, because I did want to talk to you about this. This was a while ago, maybe about 3 or 4 weeks
If you
ago.
left a voice message, I apologize. I'm not very good at that.
Okay.
So email, if you email me, I apologize. I
problem.
would have been very responsive if I knew it was you.
Thank you. Yeah, we made the commitment to you. I'm going to fulfill that commitment and appreciate your explanation and why you need these funds. So
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion?
Or motion to approve?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving item 1C? Seeing none, item passes 5-0? 5? 5-0, yeah. All right, next item is item 1G, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Hi there.
Good
I
morning.
read your item and a couple of things popped out at me. First off, I'm used to change orders, but I'm not used to a change order that's a third of the contract. That's a pretty significant change order. So how do we go from 80 cars to 100 plus cars in this contract? And where exactly in the budget are the additional funds set aside for the police department to purchase the additional vehicles?
Sure. Great question. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. To answer that question, you have to understand the market we're operating in right now, where we are still having extreme difficulty buying vehicles and equipment because of the constraints in the supply chain and microchip shortage. In fact, other manufacturers, Ford, GM, Chevy, are continuing to slow production and in some cases limit the number of vehicles any single customer can order. Now, since we awarded the contract to Dodge in September, we've been working very closely with them. And they came to us with an opportunity. They said, hey, we have 25 more slots. City of Fresno, do you want them? Well, that's a rare opportunity in today's environment that we can't pass up. We spoke to the police department about that. They agreed. And we have vehicles to replace for this police department marked patrol fleet, which is almost 400 cars. 2 years ago, actually through today, 151 vehicles need to be replaced because they're past their useful life. With last year's order, the order from September, and these 25 vehicles, that drops to just 6 cars, or just 2% of their fleet, which is really fantastic. So this is about us trying to take advantage of an opportunity that will probably never come again, especially when we don't know what the environment for production looks like next fiscal year. It could be the same or worse.
Your staff report indicates on page 2 that the department only requires 25 vehicles for replacement, but you're asking us to authorize 100-plus vehicles for purchase.
No. In September, the City Council approved a contract with 722 Hour LLC for 80 vehicles. We're just adding 25 as a change order for that. So the original order of 80 now goes to 105.
Correct, but your staff report indicates of the 397 units, 25 have been identified for replacement as they have reached their limited mileage, which I interpret to be 100,000. So you only need to replace 25 in the police department at this stage, according to your staff report, but you're requesting authority to purchase 100-plus.
What is the typical mileage that is considered reaching its useful life?
100,000.
And in fact, for the police department's marked patrol fleet, it's 8 years, 80,000, because these vehicles are driven much, much harder than the typical light equipment vehicle the city drives. Now, Councilmember Arias.
But if I made to that point, your staff report indicates 8 years or 100,000 miles. So are we not on the same page on what the basic facts are when a vehicle is considered?
Best practice is 80,000 miles as the fleet person, but we never get to do the best practice in all of our vehicles across the city, and we tend to run them into the ground at about 100. So Brian, as the overseeing fleet, in his professional judgment, it should be 80,000.
Understood.
But yeah, so we do push them to 100,000.
Understood. Fair.
And Councilmember, just to clarify, I understand how you could read the wording. It was not intended to say that only 25 need to be replaced. It's far, far in excess of 25. I believe it was it 100? I don't remember the numbers exactly.
151, but with the orders from last year in September and this, it drops to 6. To what we have left to replace that are overdue for replacement.
Is it fair to say that no other department has that small amount of vehicles to replace?
The police department, because of how they drive their vehicles, because they're a tool in what they do, it is very important that they have a well-maintained fleet.
I understand that, but so is the fire engine, right? My question is, what other department has 6 vehicles that need to be replaced at this point? Is it on average 50% of the fleet that has to be replaced? You know, we're essentially, taking care of all the police department's vehicle replacement with this action, which I can appreciate why this is good for the city. But my question is, what's the standing of other departments and their essential vehicles for replacement? Where do they stand?
Council member, we're not taking care of all of the police department's needs. We're only taking care of the patrol vehicles, which are on the road. They have far more vehicles for other aspects. They've got vans, they've got pickup trucks. These are just the patrol vehicles.
Isn't patrol essentially 80% of their fleet?
No, in fact, they have over 800 over 800 vehicles.
800 vehicles?
Yes, assigned to their department. So 400 of those are marked patrol, so the lights and sirens.
Correct.
These are the emergency response vehicles are the ones that we are getting to, be able to raise our standards. I would say we have been following the replacement plan for the fire department. I feel like we are fairly caught up right there on we've made significant investments over the last couple years where we're just very close for the fire department as well.
What about public utilities, public works, or parks? Are those essentially on pace with the police department for vehicle replacement?
We have vehicles that we need to replace across the board. Fire department is in great shape, but every department needs some help, and it really just comes down to budget constraints to do that.
Yeah, and that's why I'm pressing on these questions, because this department is fully funded by the general fund. So where are we? If you had to give a grade, Fresno Police is essentially almost there. Fire, based on your comments, is in good condition. Where would you rate parks, public utilities, the people that fix the streets, and public works?
Well, that's very difficult to say in general sense, but I look at are they able to do their job with what they have today? And yes, they are. We do a lot of maintenance on our vehicles to get there. We have a really great workforce to do that. But there are challenges. Vehicles do go down for a period of time, and we have to deal with that. And we respond accordingly. But there are vehicles to replace across the city, no question.
Would you suggest that the rest of the departments are in good shape?
Like I said, I think
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you are the expert on fleet, so
well, I know.
think if anybody would know.
We have over 2,500 vehicles, so that's really hard to say, especially when you have vehicles like garbage trucks that are $500,000 a piece, and then you have light equipment vehicles that are $30,000 to $50,000 each, so it's very difficult to say.
But they all have replacement plans, right? So
They
where do
do.
we stand with the replacement plans of the departments? Are they in the same pace as police?
Every department has needs. If you really wanted to, how are we doing? I think we're doing okay in terms of what we're doing, but we still have areas we have to address and find funding for.
Thank you. And the reason I'm pressing is we're going to be coming up on the mid-year budget. We just got the word on from the state of California, a deficit's coming. It looks like the good days are going to be behind us versus ahead of us. And if this is our opening to bring all departments up to par with vehicle replacements, I want to make sure that we don't just take care of one or two, that we take care of all the departments. Because if you're a neighbor who has a pothole, Public Works vehicles is just as important as the police department or fire department's vehicle. And my second question is, how are we paying for this? Is this, where exactly is the money coming from for the additional vehicles?
This is a lease purchase, so the actual payment due won't be, we won't have to make payment until the vehicles get here, which at this point, December of next year.
So that means that next year's budget will be increased to cover this additional cost?
Every year, we budget the line item for fleet replacement, and so it'll come out of that. And I know this said 23, but that was my mistake. I didn't realize that the payment wasn't coming due until 24. So we don't have to pay for it in this fiscal year. When I was thinking we could budget it in this fiscal year, but I don't think that would be prudent if we don't actually get the vehicle until the December of the next fiscal year.
What's the anticipated additional lease payment for the additional 25 vehicles that you're requesting?
Well, they're going to arrive with the original 80, so again, December we'll start to have to pay for those.
But do we know what the amount is? You're asking us to authorize
Yes.
additional expenditures.
Yes. That's approximately $235,000 per payment. We have 2 payments per year, so it's $470,000 approximately.
Okay, great, thank you. And just a note to our Assistant City Manager, Ruthie Quinto, I'm taking a mental math of all the additional expenditures that we're baking into 2024 budgets. So when the administration tells us that we're overspent, I'm going to remind you who overspent. But with that, I'll make a motion. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any opposition to approving item 1G? Seeing none, item passes 6-0.
Who was the second on that? Chavez, thank you.
All right, item 1K, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Just quick question to staff. I'm supportive of the item. I was just looking for the actual grant application and what contractors will be hired to do this work. I didn't get that from the report.
Good morning, Aldi Ramirez, Parks Assistant Director. So the grant application wasn't a part of this, but it did come to council for approval to submit to the funder. There's no essentially outside agencies or CBOs that we're entering into contracts with, so Camp Fresno will be run through our staff, as well as Fresno Summer Nights will be run through our staff, and then the training modules.
Okay.
So the only outside entity will essentially be the evaluator.
Okay, and we previously approved the grant proposal, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. With that, make a motion to approve.
We have a motion, second by Chavez. Any opposition to approving item 1K? All right, item passes 6-0. Item 1M, this was pulled by staff, I think, for a presentation. M as in Mary.
Good morning, TJ Miller, Assistant City Manager and Interim Personnel Services Director. Personnel Services is bringing 5 items before you today for consideration for approval. The first item is the adoption of the 5th Amendment to the FY23 salary resolution. The amendments include increasing administrative leave and reestablishing supplemental admin leave and increasing the annual leave accumulation limit for employees in ranges E1 through E5. Adding the controller to the list of classifications eligible to receive certificate pay if licensed as a CPA. Adding employees in pay ranges E5 to the list of employees to receive $75 a month for deferred compensation, contribution, and removing the language that includes deferred compensation as part of base salary for Unit 2 employees. The second item involves cleanup language and updates to the Transparency Act. The changes include removing deferred compensation contributions and recruitment retention incentives from the definition of bonus and unauthorized pay, aligning the requirements as listed in the original Transparency Act adopted in 2010 with the current state law requirements as related to reporting positions and earnings, and allows for up to 12 months severance in employment contracts and modification to the language related to disqualification for future salary increases. The third item in an amendment to the PAR by adding 2 additional positions to the existing 8 positions in the current budget division. The fourth item is an amendment to Ordinance 2022-22 and adopting ordinance setting forth compensation of elected officials. Changes include establishing a city contribution into the city's deferred compensation plan for elected mayor and city council members, excluding those that actively draw from their pension while serving. The fifth and last item amends Ordinance 2017-10 and adopting ordinance related to reimbursement of expenses for elected officials. The amendment includes updating the automobile, meal, and general expense allowance from the rate set in 1989. Vehicle allowance will be increased to $500 for mayor and $450 per month for council members, as well as general expenses while on city business reimbursement to $850, $840, $375, and $750 a month for respective positions of mayor, council president, and council members. This concludes my report and the proposed items, and I'm available for any questions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion, we have a second on 1M as in Mary. Is there any comments? Okay, any opposition?
I'm opposed.
We did take public comment on consent and contested consent. So we have a 1 opposed, that's 4 to 1. Yeah, 4 to 1. We're missing 1 and 2 empty chairs. 1 chair is still spinning.
Thank you.
All right, item 1P. This is pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. Staff, I'm supportive of this item. I just wanted to get a quick update on the park. I know you guys have been working with our staff on it, but would this specifically offer the design of the completed design for the MLK Park?
Good morning, Council. Randall Morrison, Assistant Director for the Public Works Department. The current status of the MLK Park design is we are in between our 60 and 90% design, progressing towards final design over the next several months. And we are planning on moving to bid the project in spring and move into construction later next year.
Do you anticipate still remaining on schedule per the TCC grant requirements?
We are on schedule. We are actively looking at the schedule and trying to find ways to stay on track. We are currently on track, but there's still a lot of work ahead of us, and so it's just...
Perfect. Thank you. Make a motion to approve.
Thanks.
Second. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any opposition to approving item 1P? All right, item passes 5-0. The last contested consent item is 1U, pulled by Councilman Arias.
Good morning.
Hey.
Hey. Man of all hats.
Assistant City Manager, I just have one very critical question. I looked at the locations.
Yes, I know you were going to ask me this.
Yes,
I'm ready for the answer.
It's my job to advocate for my district.
That's
so
right. That's right.
Walk me through how come we're not in phase 1.
So you're not in phase 1 because actually this part of the Cedar and Shaw project we had to pull out because when we brought forth the first bid to you, and we had to reject those bids for the insufficiency and some other issues. We're now putting back in Shaw Cedar, and then the next phases, we have another $400,000 that we will build up additional bus stops using the digital requirements contract now.
So the elephant in the room for me is when is my district being included with? Because we always
So
get
you
reminded
actually
that
just got.
we are the last district to.
No. You actually just passed last month a contract for us to go out and do some design work, and most of those were in your district. And out of that design work, you'll get ADA upgrades. You'll also get signage in that behind that.
So we have to wait before we
No,
get
you don't.
digital signage?
I said I had $400,000 also that we could put to use at any time. This just replaces the contract we rejected for Shaw Cedar, this $233K today.
I recognize that this contract would allow us to put digital signage on Shaw and Cedar, correct?
I can, once I have this contract, we will have access to going out to purchasing digital signs. I don't have it today. So some of your stops, we can go out tomorrow, once we have this contract in place, and start putting up the signage.
Okay, so can I get a pinky promise, swear on the Bible commitment that once this contract is approved, we'll prioritize our district for signage across the city and all those
I
across the
will
city?
give you not only a pinky promise, I will give you, I'm with you, a promise
Okay.
that anyone who wasn't prioritized in this 233K will be prioritized.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to
All
approve.
right.
Second that. All right, so we have a motion and a second on item 1U. Is there any opposition to approving item 1U? Seeing none, the item passes 6-0. All right, Councilmember Carbasi, you still want to wait for your item? Okay, all right. Let's find something to do. We have timed items on here, so we can't proceed with some of them until, boom, boom, boom. I know you guys want to go home because half of us up here aren't wearing a tie. Ready to call it before we even started.
We can bring back Greg for another round of 10-minute questions.
Another line of cross-examination. All right, we have 8 minutes so we can do my 11 a.m. item.
Actually, Councilmember, you're the only one who has digital display signs. They're installed at Courthouse Park under another project.
Hey, wait a minute.
I didn't want to say that before.
That is technically county, so it doesn't count.
All right. You know what?
Brian?
Council President, would you like to take a break?
Yeah, I can't believe this. I can't believe this right now. Workshop?
Brian, is Magellan available? Okay, we could do the broadband workshop if you'd like.
All right, yeah, we can knock that out then, and then I'll do the 11 a.m. About how long is the workshop?
About how long, Brian? 15?
7 minutes?
7 minutes. Yeah, 7 minutes so I can get to my 11 a.m. item. No, that's fine. Come on down. Come on down. Yeah, we'll take the 3A.
Morning, Council. Brian Horn, CIO for the City of Fresno. Before you is a broadband plan. Long awaited, took us months to get through. We elicited a lot of input from council, departments, school districts, carriers, and also our community partners out there. So you're going to see what we've got come up with, some recommendations. But before we get there, I'm going to bring Paul Zhao up. He's going to talk a little bit about what you heard earlier from the FCDI, of which the city is a member from Phil Neufeld. So, Paul, address that, and then we'll turn it over to Magellan.
Good morning, Council. Paul Zhao, the Information Service Supervisor from the ISD Department.
Can you raise the microphone a little bit, Paul? I can't hear you. Brianna, can you help him raise the lectern?
I think
He's never done it before.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
Sorry. Thank you. Paul Zhao from the Information Service Department, Information Service Supervisor. Addressing the FCDI, the Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion's data set, what's in this strategic plan is the data set from the National Telecommunication Infrastructure Agency, along with the CUPC's data set. And those are the data set that we use to apply for example, the LOTA grant, the Local Agency Technical Assistance Grant that we got for close to $500,000. Now, the strategic plan is broad in that we could actually go into and utilize the data sets that the FCDI has. We are a partner with them, and we know they have very on-the-ground detailed data sets. We will work with them, but there are some lacking as of this moment, such as Central Unified's area or Close Unified, because those two areas are the missing gaps, and we want to make sure we provide a broad data set so that you understand versus piecemealing it. But we will work with our partners to update those mappings. So, any questions? Okay, thank you.
Brian, you want to introduce Magellan?
So without further ado, we have Will Marat from Magellan Advisors. They are a telecommunications company who does this for a living. They've done several surveys throughout several cities. They're very much experts in this area, and they've helped us with the LATA grant, getting the dollars that we needed for it. So Will, are you on?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Will.
Thank you, Brian and Paul. Good morning, City Council, Mayor, and City of Fresno. My name is Will Morat. I'm a senior broadband consultant for Magellan. Preston Young was the project manager for this. He apologizes he can't be here. He's actually serving on a jury at the moment. Was hoping that it would be wrapped up by now, but he's still caught up. So I worked with Preston on this project as well as several others within our firm. And I'll just go over very briefly the outline of the strategic plan and hit on a couple of issues. Is there a way to advance the slides, or I don't think it's me. There we go. So the project goals and objectives. So, the city approached Magellan and solicited through an RFP for a concept that would improve connectivity across the city, specifically trying to close the digital divide, address underserved and unserved communities and neighborhoods to support and improve the digital inclusion and bring together the different communities within Fresno that are still lacking high-speed, primarily fiber broadband connections to the internet. City was looking to improve municipal operations, connect city facilities, city parks onto its existing network to better understand its overall assets and how those could be integrated into a longer-term strategic plan to grow its broadband. It's a tool for economic development, how to attract the high-tech businesses, how to retain and expand existing businesses, and to attract and facilitate private investment from other telecoms and other internet service providers to increase competition, to increase services within the city for residents and businesses alike. So the key findings, next slide, please. The city has approximately 120 miles of conduit and fiber already in existence that it utilizes. That's a significant asset that can be leveraged in public-private partnerships, that can be leveraged by the city. And so that was the starting point and the foundation for where we see the city going forward. It's a key aspect of infrastructure that's going to last for the foreseeable future. I mean, typically fiber and conduit has a useful life of 50 plus years, if not more. So that's a significant asset. There are incumbent internet providers that support the majority of the city. When I say support, what we really mean is that they offer services, not always the fastest services. And that was the key, is what are the areas that are underserved? And the state, the federal government identifies underserved as anybody receiving less than 25 megabits per second download, which is not extremely fast. You'd be challenged to stream any kind of video at 25 megs. the state of California identifies underserved as anything under 100 megabits per second. And that's primarily what we use at Magellan, because we're especially now targeting state grants that can help cities and counties address their underserved community. So there were significant areas, according to the CPUC, Public Utilities Commission, there are significant areas within Fresno that are not served with adequate 100 megabit service. And that was reflected in the LADA application. As Paul mentioned briefly, those maps were used in the LADA application, and the state agreed that there are underserved areas in Fresno according to those CPUC maps. And that's why already the city's been awarded, I think, $496,000 for design engineering. Talk more about that in a minute. Digital equity was a big issue. We heard this from stakeholders. We heard this from staff. There's the financial issue of, can you afford the internet? Can you afford the devices to use? There's language barriers and challenges there that affect digital literacy, access to the devices or knowing how to use the devices, affordability, and there's also concern with privacy. A lot of underserved communities have concerns about privacy, especially when somebody says, "Here's a device, go ahead and use it." They have a trust issue there as far as what their privacy is protected. So those are concerns that can be bridged through partnerships like with the Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion and others. And then we also identified that Fresno does qualify for the local agency technical assistance grant. That's the planning grant, $496,000 that was just awarded, as well as some other possible future grants. Next slide, please. So the city, again, has that significant infrastructure. The orange that you see is existing fiber and conduit. The pink is existing conduit that can be used fairly inexpensively to pull new fiber. That's a sizable network within the city, covering provides a good backbone. Plenty of access points there to get in and splice and build off of that to get into other neighborhoods. So again, that was the foundation for the pilot areas that we're recommending and the underserved areas and the new builds.
Hey, Will, if I may, one question. Of all this fiber that's out there, how much of it is active? That's
it's
fiber.
all. Well, the city's utilizing it. The city's utilizing those routes now. Go ahead.
Well, so about 20% of the existing fiber is being utilized.
Utilized by whom?
By the city's various departments, such as Department of Public Utilities.
Correct.
For the intelligent.
But it's not for
transportation
the public,
system.
correct?
We do have a partnership with CVIN or Vast Network to utilize one of the conduits, and they're spreading their fiber to deliver fiber to the businesses.
Who is that, and to what businesses?
To our businesses, well, they provided fiber, dark fiber, to Fresno Unified, all of their schools now. Specifically, the exact business, I don't know, but I could get back to you. But they are delivering fiber to the businesses.
I'd like a list of every user that's utilizing our city fiber and what the city is receiving for compensation for that fiber. I know we're also providing fiber access to county social services in Clovis, so I would like to see that also provided to the council. Thank you.
Okay.
CVIN Vast Networks is an infrastructure provider. They have significant fiber assets that are owned throughout the valley, extending across the county and into other counties. And so oftentimes what you see is those kind of infrastructure providers looking to leverage other fiber, other conduit that allows them to not have to build their own. The 20% issue is a small percentage, so there's significant capacity there. And capacity can always be expanded. Oftentimes if there's a small, 24 strand or 48 strand cable can be pulled out and replaced fairly inexpensively with a 188 strand to provide more capacity.
If I may also ask, who determines where the fiber's laid? Is that a staff decision or a city manager decision?
So, Paul, you can step in here, but I do know that about 10, it was just about the swearingen administration. We had made a conscious decision that anytime we were opening the ground and doing any sort of infrastructure project, that we would be putting in at least the conduit, right? We would be putting conduit in the ground while the ground was open. Paul, you want to add to that?
Yes. The slide, you see the purple lines, and that's exactly what our city manager mentioned. The recycled water project put in conduits because they were opening up the road. It's much more cost-effective when it's open to put conduits in. The rest of the network is put in with the intelligent transportation system. The determination of where it gets in is based on engineering. Working with contractors, every 1,200 feet, we put in a vault because they said that's the length that they could utilize without breaking the fiber. Every intersection to connect the intersections controller back to the traffic operations center. So that is 95% of the existing assets in terms of access. The other 5% is what ISD did, connecting to Memorial from City Hall or to Fresno PD.
So it's fair to say that if it wasn't for a sewage plant in West Fresno, there would be no conduit being laid out there.
As of right now, that's correct.
Got it.
There
Thank
are, in the LOTA grant, we identified to partner or develop in terms of design for the southwest area also.
Thank you.
So go to the next slide, please. So there was 5 areas that are recommended for additional builds. These were developed in partnership with feedback from the city, understanding existing assets, understanding existing needs, and understanding some of the underserved areas. So the first one is to connect 10 city facilities that were not currently connected onto the city network. So the red that you see on the screen is additional new build, new underground conduit and fiber to get to those 10 facilities. Those facilities is the Mariella Brown Center, Mosqueda Center, Lafayette Park, Einstein Park, Quigley Park, Eldorado Park, Melody Park, Fink White Park, Sunset Park, and the Highway City Science Center. A rough estimate on those total costs to connect those facilities is about $4.7 million. This would enable the city to have full connectivity in all those sites. Next slide, please.
If I may, why not connect all the community centers? Why only those select?
Hopefully Brian can answer.
So the first 10 community centers we identified where there's underserved areas. So if we can't get the partner and get the internet service provider to the individual homes, let's target the community centers. 7 out of the 10 has computer labs. The other 3, we could work with parks to develop computer labs to allow the students to go in there and utilize it. Why not all of them? We thought, success built on success. Let's go after the first 10.
Correct, but I can't open a
money
computer
issue,
lab.
too.
I can't open a computer lab if I don't have network access. And the private sector has refused to extend service to that area. So why not, as a policy decision, say we're going to connect all community centers to the network? Why do we have to phase
It's
it
a money
in?
thing. It's a money thing.
Yeah, but we find the money to connect the city department.
And the thing is, this ties into the local assistance $500,000 that identified it. So we design and shovel ready for these 10. We'll go after other grants for the other community centers.
We have $30 million in Measure P funds for parks, which the community centers are an integral component of parks and recreation. You're telling me I have to wait for another grant to connect the other community centers in underserved areas that we have a city failed to connect for decades?
So, council member, this is the first time that we've gone into the area of broadband, and we went out and got a grant for the first, so totally acknowledge the need out there. But I also want, like, this is the first time that we've gone into this area of work, so we're trying not to bite off more than we can chew. I think we should definitely, as part of any sort of reconstruction of community centers, I would say that broadband is part of infrastructure. I think ISD is right now, they were, the only resource they have is the grant that we just got. So it's not the only funding source, and if it's, we're working through this, going through this workshop, looking at the plan, getting input from council and from the public, and if your input is that the council desires to come up with a plan to try and fund all community centers, absolutely, we'll be taking notes.
I guess where I struggle with is we have been in the broadband business for decades. That's why we laid out conduit and fiber across the city. We intentionally made a decision not to connect community centers. Now this grant gives us the opportunity to start connecting community centers. Staff's recommendation is only to connect a few. My input is all of them should be connected in the first phase, and period. And if that means you have to find money from other resources, then you should bring that forward. But I don't see why we would wait 2 or 3 years to connect all the community centers, especially since they're in underserved areas. They're emergency shelters, they're warming and cooling centers. They're by definition an emergency facility under our city policies. Like if you have the money and time to connect the water department and the ISD department, then why not a community center?
So, okay, so I want to also distinguish the difference between laying down conduit is just putting the possibility. The fiber connections are put in as there are users who are able to come on board and pay for its use. So what we've been talking about, and I think what the pandemic really brought out, is the last mile connectivity. So if you look at our layout, you'll see they're on major thoroughfares. So the hard part and what we decided to focus on, because the state funding, federal funding, the county collaborative, they're really focused on that middle mile. So yes, this is our first attempt at this other than a core function of the city's network for the city government itself as users. This is our first foray into last mile, into community center for the public's benefit.
I completely understand that, but what I'm trying to articulate is community centers are declared our emergency facilities during an emergency. They are a core component of the city's governmental operational network, and therefore they should all be connected in the first phase, not wait until we can figure out how to open a computer lab.
So we can obviously discuss that. I would say that the community centers are not the designated emergency operations center for the city. But they aren't. They are not the designated emergency operations center for the city. That is in a different location.
So if there was to be an emergency situation, where would we house people if not the community centers?
House who?
Folks reeling with from an emergency, a fire apartment gets set on fire.
Okay,
Where do
so
we
I'm
send
sorry,
people to?
I wasn't understanding your definition of emergency. I thought, like, in the case of I was in the continuity of government emergency. So you're saying, so if there's a fire and people are displaced, I understand your point. I wasn't considering.
What I'm saying is we just went through a pandemic. That's a legitimate emergency. The community centers were the center of distribution of resources, things of that nature. So I'm asking is treat the community centers as you would this building.
So noted, and we'll include that as feedback and input in the plan and figure out what the cost will be. Go ahead, Will, if you wanted to continue.
I think just to add to the city manager's comment on that staff was looking at this LATA grant that opened up in August. It was a competitive grant, and there was an opportunity to get up to $500,000. So these 5 areas that are listed currently also all fit within the design engineering for all these areas also fits within that 500,000. There's certainly, to the city manager's point, there's opportunity to add more sites and find additional funding. But what you're seeing now is already funded for the full design engineering to get it shovel ready. So the constraint was this temporary grant, but that's only a temporary constraint, has nothing to do with long-term connecting more facilities, looking at cost estimates for all city parks, all city community centers, as Councilmember points out. The other area to build out, there's the existing conduit out to the water treatment facility. And it's conduit, it's not fiber. So in this case, it's to design engineer what fiber would be needed to be pulled out to those areas to provide connectivity. As you see from the pink shaded here, these are underserved by even federal standards of 25 megabits per second download. So getting fiber in that conduit would additionally get a backbone out to these neighborhoods and these communities to where you have underserved populations. Next slide. South Central Fresno is another area where new underground is being proposed in order to get even more than a backbone. This is really kind of getting the kind of last mile into the neighborhoods so that a service provider through a potential partnership could come in and do service drops and laterals to homes and businesses within this area. Again, another underserved area. It's identified in the LATA grant. And so what you see here is a total cost of about $5 million. And there's opportunities here for the city to partner with a private internet service provider to both help, potentially help cover some of the capital costs, to obviously provide services. And typically those partnerships are an opportunity for revenue sharing between two entities. In exchange for utilizing public assets, a private provider might provide a certain percentage of the revenue recurring over time.
I want to pause on this. This is even more alarming than not connecting community centers. Here we are looking at providing, fiber conduits in an area that's not even in the city limits. It's new growth area. It's meant for future growth out in this whole southeast, which I can appreciate why folks would want, especially development, would want us to lay down conduit and fiber, but we somehow find a way to prioritize new growth areas outside the city limits, but struggle to, lay out the fiber in places that have been annexed to the city for 100 years and are the most underserved in the country. So I'm not sure how you guys got to this prioritization, and I appreciate the verbiage on potential partnerships with the private sector, but we as a city have a decision to make. Are we gonna essentially lay out millions and millions of dollars worth of infrastructure assets and then hand them over to a private sector who is going to, I'm sure, give us a penny on the dollar for it? Or are we going to use it to connect people who the private sector left behind generations ago? So just to let you know, I don't have a debate today, but I struggle with several portions of this proposal and the ramifications it would have for us.
Sure, I appreciate that. This is just a proposal. It's a plan, and we brought it to you today for input, so I appreciate the input. I agree. We need to look at the city. We want to partner with carriers that could work with us who'll bring lower costs to the citizens, and that's what we're looking for. So when you see this and when you're looking for partnerships, that's what we're aiming at. We want to serve them. Some may be free, I don't know, but definitely affordable for them. So I got your input on that. Appreciate that. Remember, this is a plan, a proposal. We're not moving forward with this. We're bringing this to you for input.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I appreciate that.
And I'll tell you, in the partnership conversation,
Yeah.
we just heard from public partners who are not supportive of this proposal as drafted. And I'd rather steer towards partnerships with the public entities who don't have to make a profit margin and can just provide the service for as cheap as it is to provide the service, especially for folks who are experiencing record inflation rates and cost of living rates and housing rates. I'm be very hesitant to go into partnership with corporations who have chosen not to extend service in these areas because there isn't a sufficient return on investment for their portfolios, at the risk of a public agency who has 100,000 students and families who depend on high-speed internet to be able to go to school. So just my official, I prefer public partnerships at this stage of the game.
Understood.
Councilmember, I think we do too, and I think we have to, and the consideration is the quality of the product that the public partnerships are bringing, and if that's an LTE network, as opposed to like a fiber connection, I think we have to look at the level of service and the quality of service as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll tell you, as a former Fresno Unified junkie, when I came here, and I've shared this with you in the past, our technology capacity was 10 years behind the school system's capacity. You guys have done an amazing job. The IT was underfunded for years. We've given you tens of millions of dollars. Now we can get, consistent Wi-Fi connectivity and the speed's better. But those institutions, because of the, federal requirements and federal funding, are most of the time better positioned on technology and infrastructure than even your private sector, folks who I still can't get reception downtown Fresno from multiple providers.
Right, but I would also say that several of those educational institutions are using our fiber.
Did I get lost?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I got dropped.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Council, I don't want to, do you want us to just go at the same pace or zip through it? I know that we've had some questions. I want to respect. Huh? Are you done?
He says he's done with questions. I don't believe him.
Okay. Keep going,
No,
Will.
I've given my piece. The rest
Okay.
of it I can do offline. Thank you.
Okay, keep going, Will.
Sure, thank you. We'll go to the next slide. So this is pilot areas 1 and 2. They were identified by the city as economically marginalized areas, primarily because there's a high concentration of, SNAP recipients in these 2 neighborhoods. You could see there with the red circles. So this would be new underground, utilizing off of the backbone of the existing fiber backbone, but building new underground in the pink and in the blue there in the 2 neighborhoods to get out to these down the residential streets to enable services to these residents. These are 2 underserved as well as economically marginalized communities. So when you talk about need, you talk about affordability, low adoption rates, lack of access. These are 2 areas that could be greatly enhanced by the expansion of city fiber into these neighborhoods. Next slide has the cost estimations for the pilot areas 1 and 2. A total of 3.2 million and a little bit over 3.2 million for those 2 neighborhoods. Again, the design engineering work for these neighborhoods was part of that LATA application as well that's been funded. So on the next slide shows the LATA grant details. The city was awarded in August or September. I think they applied in August, awarded in September, $496,874 for the design engineering. Anticipated to take about 6 to 7 months to complete that. The significance here is that, that the city was able to make a strong case of need. LATA was intended for communities that can, 1, demonstrate need, but 2, intended for communities where the state envisions using the last mile grant funding. There's another $1 billion for urban communities coming through in the spring of 2023. The state anticipated LATA to plan for how these communities could then apply for and secure the last mile construction funding. So this is a great sign for the city that they have identified some areas. Again, the cap was 500,000, so the design engineering had to be with a certain scope that would fit under that cap in terms of total length of conduit and fiber to be installed. And completing this will put the city in a great position to apply for those last mile funds and to continue to gather more localized data. Last mile funding also opens up an opportunity for additional design engineering. So if the city were to identify more neighborhoods, more communities that are at need, they could request and secure more funding for the design engineering and construction for those neighborhoods with the last mile. So there was 7 key recommendations in the next slide. Excuse me. 7 key recommendations that have been identified. Number 1 is that the city form or designate a city broadband oversight committee that has the primary duties of advancing broadband, providing guidance to the city, to city staff, to help disseminate information, share information, to help formulate and nurture these partnerships, these public-public or public-private partnerships with nonprofit organizations and advocacy groups. Second one is to apply and secure the grant funding for the phase 1, the pilot area 1 and 2, which we just talked about, both through local agency technical assistance grants already secured, and the last mile grant funding, which is through Senate Bill 156. Connect the 10 city sites not currently served, that we already talked about that. Establish a data center. There's more detail in the report, but we really envision Fresno being a hub and an exchange for the surrounding region in terms of providing interconnection access. So a data center is, it's where all the different service providers come together. They can access the cloud, they can access the internet, they can access other infrastructure, other circuits, other cables. The biggest data center in California is at or around 1 Wilshire Boulevard. There's, I'm not even sure what the count is up to now in terms of providers that all interconnect. What you see with the data centers is not only does it provide that redundancy and resiliency for multiple providers, it encourages competition. And it also creates an aggregation point. And so around data centers that get populated, you start to see more tech-related businesses locating because they want to be close to the cloud as well. They want to be close to that center as well. And so you start to see an exponential effect where more businesses locate in the area, more tech, biotech, and critical need businesses that have a need for that high bandwidth. Specifically, city staff and Magellan identified 1555 Van Ness Avenue as a possible location for that data center building. And this is also part of the conversations that the city and FCDI and others are having with the Golden State Network, the statewide middle mile network that's being planned right now, is to locate this exchange and this data center in Fresno specifically. Geographically, it makes sense, and it certainly makes sense for the city. Next slide, please. City workflows, city policies that aid and encourage infrastructure development. City manager already mentioned the dig once policies that have been around, where when a trench is opened up, any excavation, conduit be laid down, at a minimum conduits laid down in that trench for future use. Typically, once a trench is opened up, you've covered 65 to 75% of the cost of installing fiber. So you can really do it at minimal expense, marginal expense on CIP projects, other utility projects, gas, water, sewer, other internet providers, any opportunity there is to add another conduit in before it gets backfilled saves significantly and expands the infrastructure. Solicit and nurture the partnerships, both with incumbents, CVIN Vast Networks, AT&T, other local ISPs, as well as the San Joaquin Valley Broadband Consortium and the Fresno Coalition for Digital Inclusion. Specifically, we also called out the county, who's in process right now of developing their own strategic plan, and we envision that the city, as the primary infrastructure holder, broadband infrastructure holder, public infrastructure holder, that the city really can take a lead in those partnerships as the county overall starts to look at how to expand and build a network that works for everyone. potentially through a joint powers authority. So with that, I certainly think staff and myself are open to any other feedback or questions from the council, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Will. Council, any additional, Councilor Arias, you're punched up?
Yeah, Council President, just two comments. One is, I looked at your pilot sites, and I think both of them need to be revisited. One of the pilot sites happens to be my neighborhood, and I can tell you that most of the folks that live in there are either traveling nurses or people working tech, and we got plenty of high-speed options. The other one is Francher Creek, which is seems like a new development kind of area, but overall, you are living the poorest zip code in the country outside of the pilot area. So I think those need to be revisited in order for us to demonstrate to the city that we are intentionally serving the underserved in this pilot phase. And then secondly, I'll just make a motion to table the item. I don't think we're ready to approve the strategic plan as it's currently drafted.
It's just a workshop, council member. There's no action requested.
On the last slide, said direction is to approve and adopt broadband strategic plan. So if there's no need for action, then we won't do it.
No, it's just a workshop today.
Okay, thank you.
Just a workshop.
Any other comments or questions from council? All right, that'll wrap up the broadband workshop. Let's move over to the 11 a.m. Item pertaining to the residential parking permit district number 10. That's the VA parking district. Staff, do you have a presentation on this, or?
Yes, okay, absolutely. Okay, good morning. I'm Melissa Almaguer, manager of the parking division. So this presentation is in regards to the Veterans Hospital Parking District, which is parking district number 10, located within district number 7. Go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So the parking district was originally established in 2018 due to concerns in the area based on overflow parking from the VA hospital. And in 2020, it was modified, so some of the streets in the surrounding areas, the further reaching areas, were eliminated from the parking district because those residents did not feel like they were as impacted by the parking. In 2020, due to COVID, we had suspended all enforcement on residential parking districts, but that brought about some concerns from the residents in the area, and so we had received requests to further modify the district. So a survey was conducted in November of 2021, and a town hall meeting was held in September of this year to go over the results of that survey and propose new boundaries and a new enforcement schedule. Next slide, please. So this is just an aerial view. Down at the bottom, you can see in red where the VA hospital is located, and then the surrounding streets. Next slide, please. Here on this map, it's color-coded to show you. So if you look at all of the orange and green, those are all of the streets that were located in the original parking district when it was created in 2018. If you just look at the green, that's the 2020 boundaries when it was amended in 2020. So that's what the district currently is. Next slide. And so the questionnaire was distributed to 679 addresses in the parking district in November of 2021. 122 of those were returned, which was an 18% response rate, which was pretty good as far as surveys are concerned. And so the purpose was to determine if we needed to further refine the parking district boundaries and the hours of enforcement. Next slide, please. Due to reasons of wanting to allow people to be anonymous if they so wished, we did not ask for specific addresses, but in the questions we did ask for them to let us know what their streets were, so we were able to map out the responses based upon the street. Despite those limitations, and combined with our staff observation of the area, the data indicates that respondents who live further away from the hospital are less likely to experience parking congestion. Next survey, or next slide, please. So one of the questions that we'd asked was if the people supported the current permit system. So the response was really divided based upon those people that responded. 53% said that they did, 45% did not, and 2% either didn't know or did not respond to that particular question. the way it's outlined in the map on the right, you can see that the closer that you get to the hospital, the more affirmatives there were that they supported the current permit system. Next slide, please. Another question we asked was if people wanted their street included, and again, the results showed that the closer you got to the hospital, the more people were in the affirmative that they did want their street included in the residential parking district. Next slide, please. We also asked about enforcement times. So currently, the district is enforced from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., 7 days a week, including weekends and holidays. With this response, we got that 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. was the preferred enforcement time, and to exclude weekends and holidays. Next slide, please. So 53% of the survey respondents support the current parking district, 45% oppose it, and 3% don't know or didn't respond. The majority of the respondents in the survey that were located on Michigan and Cornell did not support the district or want their street included. And again, the most favored parking enforcement timeframe was 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Next slide, please. So this is what, when we went to the town hall, this was the proposed boundaries. So we were proposing to eliminate Michigan and Cornell, to not include any streets east of Orchard, based upon what the amendment was in 2020. Next slide, please. And the purpose of the town hall meeting was really to validate that, we got it right in what we came back with on the proposal. And so 15 constituents attended the meeting and signed in, but there was a total of 30 attendees, so half of them chose not to sign in. And we also collected 12 comment cards. Next slide, please. And so the comment cards showed us that there was a request for increased parking enforcement, which is understandable because we weren't enforcing the residential parking district during COVID. And then due to the fact that we had gone out to do the survey, we had determined that it wasn't really fair to enforce the parking district until we could determine what the new boundaries were going to be, if there were going to be new boundaries. But there were requests to include Michigan Avenue between Fresno and Angus Streets, to include Mariposa Street between Michigan and Princeton Avenues, to include Angus Street between Michigan and Princeton Avenues, and then there was an additional concern that people were concerned that other residents in the area are parking vehicles on their lawn. Next slide, please. I think it's showing on your screen, but not mine. So based upon what we got on the comment cards, we came back and with a revised and updated proposed boundary change. So we included Michigan Avenue and Mariposa and Angus in the requested locations, and then continued with suggesting that 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Monday through Friday, excluding holidays, be the enforcement times. Next slide, please. So if we move forward, our next steps would be to use the remainder of this month and all of December to do outreach and education to the neighborhood residents, and then begin full enforcement in January of 2023. Next slide, please. And that concludes the presentation. Any questions?
Any questions from my colleagues before I jump in? Okay. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah. So, even prior to this original town hall, we held town hall back in 2019. This district has been in place since 2018, and in response to the saturation of vehicles primarily from the VA employees, it really impeded the ability of the neighborhood residents to be able to park their own vehicles or have guests or whatever it might be. So before I came into council, my predecessor, with the support of the residents, formed the original district. It seems like they kind of overshot the boundaries at that time, and so when I came into office, the residents, some were very happy about there not being enough enforcement, some were not very happy about there being too much enforcement. So my entire first term, we've struggled to kind of find a balance that would satisfy everyone within the parking district. And so Back in 2019, we did make some adjustments and reduce the area that we were enforcing. We came back post-COVID and have evaluated again, sent out a survey, got some results in writing, and then did another town hall after that to get more feedback. And the map we have here is the results of that input. So I feel pretty confident that this is about as good as it's going to get in terms of the boundaries for the time being, given the preferences of all the residents that were surveyed and have come to town halls over the duration of my first term. So I appreciate, I want to thank the parking division and the planning department for their efforts, and then Li Fong, our defector, for working on this while in my office and working on this while in planning. He's the resident expert on the VA parking district number 10. But I am, given that this is what the residents have said they're in support of, this is what I'm in support of. And so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing or public comments for any residents or members of the public who would like to comment on this, on these actions. So I'll go ahead and open the hearing. If you are in the chamber, please, I see one person. I don't know if you have a yellow card, but you can state your name for the record. And then if you're on Zoom, feel free to raise your hand.
I'm a tax-paying citizen of the neighborhood, and we can please some of the people some of the time, but we can't please all of the people all of the time. And this is an attempt to make everybody happy. And what's happening right now is that we're spending city resources and city time on something nitpicking at little problems here and there with people that have too much time on their hands. This is a discrete number of people that are unhappy about the parking and unhappy about their neighborhood. For whatever reason, just like you're gonna find in any neighborhood in the city of Fresno, you're gonna find neighbors that have a problem with their neighbors. People that are, there's an issue on, there's a specific issue on Cornell with somebody that's got work vehicles and a neighbor doesn't like the work vehicles, and I guess it came up at the meeting. But we shouldn't have a city council meeting and voting and all the money that's gone into observing the neighborhood 3 times a day for for a month or whatever it was in 2020 when this started. The parking district is just fine the way that it is. The issue during COVID is it's created a situation at the VA where half of the VA employees don't even go to work anymore. They work from home. I've talked to staff at the VA that says that they're happy with the way that the parking is. They've got the lots, they've got the Masonic Center, they've got Target, they've got the blood bank, they've got their vans that go back and forth. Now they've got the parking lot across the street. Now we're putting the light in. The problems have been dealt with, and now there are particular people in the neighborhood that are trying to manipulate the city, use the complaint system, the complaint-driven system that the city has created to get their way. And I don't know that there's a better way to explain it, but when you talk to a parking person, if you talk to a code person, and these are the officials that go around the city, they're going to tell you that it's a complaint. We've got a complaint-driven situation here, and does that mean I have to stop?
You still have a minute. Okay.
And so if you make a complaint about your neighbor, then the issue is going to get resolved. But if some problem car, nobody files a complaint about it, then it's just going to sit there. So the situation that's been created is that people are encouraged to complain, encouraged to kind of turn on each other, encouraged to see something, say something to the city instead of see something, say something to your neighbor. Like if your neighbor's grass is long, you're not encouraged to go over to your neighbor's house with a lawnmower. You're encouraged to report it on Fresgo. And so there's a lack of relational encouragement. And as a side note, while I completely disagree that anything needs to get changed, things are fine the way they are. I got a picture down Princeton from just a few days ago. There's no parking issue. If there's a parking issue between 7 and 9, it's the elementary school. And if you create any kind of problems with the elementary school, you're going to bottleneck it even worse, and you're going to have kids on First Street, and that's going to be an issue. One thing, and then I'll finish, is that a bathroom and a shower were put in our neighborhood down the street from the elementary school, right in the middle of the street by whatever that's called, Radio Park. which was seen as incredibly disrespectful to the neighborhood, to the residents, and an incredible waste of resources to have 3 city employees and a cop sitting there with nobody taking a shower.
Okay,
I don't know what the.
We're going to move on just because the 3 minutes are up
Okay.
and then we have to stay on the topic. Thank you for joining us this morning. We have another caller on Zoom who would like to comment on the subject. That's going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning. Just really quick, mobile showers, there's always been a problem with marketing on how to deal with the mobile shower issue. I live by City College and have been impacted by parking forever and a day, and I deal with the college students, and COVID has changed it. You've increased the parking over at City College. You know, my parking issue is no longer an issue. I just want to compliment the city, and you guys rarely get compliments about public outreach from me. I want to compliment the city on the analytical way that they've gone out to reach out for public comment and actually reporting it back to you. I literally sat here with my jaw aghast at the quality of presentation you had today about public outreach, about the number of comment cards, what they said. So if there is truly, truly an issue among several neighbors here on what the real issue is that has generated this, now the city has the ability to sit down and negotiate it or to explain what your decision is in a proactive way where, you know, people's personalities are washed out of it and the true issue is dealt with. But I would like to compliment the individuals that put together your public outreach, because this is a stellar example of what the city needs to do with land use and other issues. It's a very good example of public outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for that pat in the back. Any additional folks on Zoom or in the chamber? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this. Again, with respect to the boundaries, I think we have kind of an optimal or as close to optimal as we're going to get. I do think there are continue to be issues with the sort of rules and regulations around the permits and again, how sort of the operational aspect of our parking districts, but that's going to be an issue for another day. For now, I think we're going to just tackle and solidify these boundaries, and then we'll continue to work with the parking division and potential reforms that improve the experience for residents who live within a parking district. So with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve. A motion, we have a second. Any additional comment or questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, any opposition to approving the 11 a.m. parking district number 10 item? All right, seeing no opposition, item passes 5-0. All right, thank you, council. Appreciate your support on that. And we have 12 minutes till lunchtime. Let's go ahead and take the 4A item, if that's okay with Councilmember Carbasi. And that'll take us into lunch. We'll probably end up coming back around, we'll see. But Councilmember Carbasi, 4A.
Yeah, and thank you, Mr. President. We have a small presentation coming up. I just warn you, there's one picture that's not suitable for children. We're talking about a very difficult topic. It hits home for me because of my family's heritage, and I really appreciate the council's consideration on this item as it affects gender apartheid and women's rights. We just lost a council member, but that's okay. Okay. So the country of Iran, which is in the Middle East, used to be a very close ally with the U.S. Presidents from FDR all the way to Jimmy Carter visited regularly their ally. We were military partners, we're economic partners. Thousands and thousands of Iranian students were in this country getting an education and taking that education and going back and building up their country. And they had America to thank for that. and American business was in the country of Iran. And unfortunately, in 1979, there was a very sweeping revolution that overthrew the monarchy and replaced it with a new government that ended up, over a period of decades, gradually taking away the rights of women and girls through structural and legal discrimination, discriminatory policies. One of those things is the mandatory hijab, covering that they force upon women and girls. Now, in September of this year, and you may have watched this on the news, there was a young woman who's a Kurd, and they're already a marginalized community in the country, was wearing her hijab, and they detained her. They tortured her, and they killed her. And if you go to the next picture, I will go, I'm sorry, one more. I must have fouled up the order. Nope, go up. That's Mahsa Amini. That's just one person. Now, she's not the first person for this to happen to, but it turns out, based on timing or God or whatever you want to believe in, she ended up igniting a movement and stoking anger in so many girls and children and women. And we can go ahead and leave that picture now. We can go back to the picture of the protests. In 80 cities across the country, in the last few months, there have been protests. The top corner on the right is just an example of that. It's unprecedented. There have been protests before, but this one is being led by women and children. The government has tried to take away their ability to communicate by limiting WhatsApp and Telegram and all other forms of technology. Instead of using technology to build the economy and help people, they use it for facial recognition software so they can find out when a woman isn't covering her hair, so they can detain her and torture her and kill her. And this is a regular occurrence. We're lucky to be in this country, but at the same time, we keep talking about Ukraine, and that's important, but there are a lot of other countries that are fighting for freedom. And these women, they love their faith, they love their country, but they love their freedom, and they don't want it taken away from them. And it's just so terrible what they're going through. So I've asked the council to join me and join other cities, joining the CSU system, joining other countries that have called for an end to the violence, but also called for an end to this oppressive regime that doesn't care about democratic values, doesn't care about freedom, and is a strong supporter of gender apartheid, and we just can't stand for that. It's a small gesture, I get it, but we join other communities in doing that. So that's the resolution before us today, and I appreciate the council for their support.
Okay, let's go out to the public at this point. I'll open the public comment for item 4A, resolution in support of the women and children of Iran as they stand against the government of Iran and its persecution of women and violation of human rights.
Long title, sorry about that.
Oh, absolutely. Anyone in the chamber wish to comment? I don't see anyone in the chamber. On Zoom, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning. Most of you guys don't know that I have a minor in peace and conflict studies, and I think it's about damn time that you're coming forward and doing this. I hope and encourage that you stand with the women that are fighting for their rights in Iran, and I hope in the future that you stand with the women of the United States as we move forward, and they're individuals that want to suppress our right to abortion and probably our right to voting. But it's about damn time, and I thank Mr. Karbasi for stepping forward and being so brave. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Our next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy N.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to thank Karbasi for bringing this forward and support this. I agree with Lisa. It is definitely, it means a lot to have our city stand with the women and children, with those who've been protesting for their rights in Iran. And I am very grateful that the public comments that had been emailed earlier are powerful. I know there's people that have been on social media that have been recently asking how to support. And so it means a lot that this is being done. It's necessary. we've been, and I would like to encourage the city council, as I read before, to also consider other ways that the Fresno community can offer support, any organizations, any things that would be able to be helpful in that. But I want to thank you for this. I know there's there's probably more. A lot of people said a lot more deeper things on here, but I am grateful for this resolution. Thank you.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Latanya Beeman.
Yes, again, thank you. Behind you guys is the saying, "In God we trust." And I thank God for this great city of Fresno. And I love the children and I serve the children. And I don't believe in abortion. And we can make it, whatever happens, God will take care of us. But the babies, I'm an x-ray tech. I've seen ultrasound of 2-month-old heart beating. So I can't be quiet. I have to speak my piece as well. So God bless you. Thank you. You guys doing an awesome job, council members. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anyone else with their hand raised on Zoom or anyone in the chamber. We'll go ahead and close public comment on this issue 4A. Come back up to the dais. Councilmember Bredefield, you're punched up.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we certainly do stand in support of the women and children of our land as they deal with the ongoing persecution of their rights. The only thing that I would also say is we should have our federal government also standing with them and speaking strongly, and that's not happening. They're quiet, and that encourages the regime to crack down on those seeking freedom. And so I encourage our government to stand with those men and women and children for their freedoms, for their rights. And I hope that happens. And I appreciate Councilmember Carbasi for you bringing this forward, because I think this city of Fresno clearly will stand with those folks in Iran. And I appreciate you bringing this forward.
Councilmember Carbasi.
I thank you, Councilmember Bredefield, and thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the folks that spoke up. There's a last slide I forgot to mention. So if you don't know how to help, there are a couple of great organizations out there. One of them, Human Rights Center for Human Rights in Iran. The other one is NUFTI. That is the National Union for Democracy in Iran. Their goal is to increase advocacy by informing elected officials in Washington and policymakers, and making sure they're aware of what's really happening in Iran, so we can have better policies to make a bigger difference. Thank you.
Councilmember, is there a motion?
A motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any opposition to approving item 4A? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. 11:58 a.m. Council, let's take our usual lunch till 1:30. We'll resume at 1:30 in closed session, and then we'll try to come back out into open as close to possible at 2 p.m. and do the workshop that's timed for 2 p.m. City Attorney, would you go ahead and read off the items we'll be hearing in closed session, please?
In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus Shell Oil Company. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Desiree Martinez versus City of Fresno. Yes. Consider public employee appointment, City Attorney. Conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Nelson Esparza versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, People versus Nelson Esparza. We also have a special meeting for a closed session item, conference with labor negotiators, employee, City Attorney. There may be a reportable item after closed session.
And City Attorney, I would like to note for the record my recusal on item 5D due to a conflict.
Thank you.
beginning, well, now it's 2 p.m. I see the clock here. We'll be beginning the last workshop regarding, what was the title of the workshop, Councilmember Carbasi? The Woodward Park. The safe access to Woodward Park study. So we'll be doing a workshop on that beginning now. It's our last public item of the day, and then we'll be resuming closed session. Welcome. You may proceed.
All right. Hi, everybody. Well, I guess I can take that off now. Thank you so much for having me. I want to make sure that my co-presenter, Garrett Fortin, is online because he's going to do his part virtual because he's in Berkeley. Can you elevate him as speaker? I'll do the introduction.
The clerk is working on that right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Laura Gromes. I'm the Executive Director of the U.S. Green Building Council, Central California, and I'm also the BPAC representative for District, for Councilmember Maxwell's representative. We thank you so much, Councilmember Maxwell and Carbasi, for proclaiming a day of remembrance today for all the traffic victims in the city of Fresno. The Safe Access to Woodward Park project got inspired by one traffic victim. I don't know if you guys remember in June 2021, there was a little 10-year-old Angel that was trying to get to Woodward Park with his family on his scooter. He was there with his parents, aunt and uncles. He was straddling behind, and a car hit him, and he did not survive. If you could please advance the presentation. For those of us working in the active transportation field, that hit us quite hard, right? It's a little boy just trying to get to the park, and he just gets killed, right? And we talked a lot about that because Woodward Park is the biggest park that we have in the city of Fresno. Yes, we need to invest in more parks in this city, but we also have to make sure that everybody is safe when they get to the biggest park that we have here. And Woodward Park is used by users from all over Fresno and the region. We have families that use it. We have runners that use it. Tomorrow, my daughter is running at a cross-country meet at Woodward Park, right? There's running clubs from all over. There's always a lot of people there, right? And not everybody drives in. There's a lot of people that also cross the road. And it's not just the people from the neighborhood. It's also people that try to avoid the parking fee that is imposed on users at Woodward Park. So that inspired us to come together. And if you could advance the presentation, please. Here we see Woodward Park is separated from the rest of the city by very big roads, right? 6-lane roads where drivers speed. Here we see, people have to cross 6 lanes before they can get either to the park or to the other side of the street. If you could advance, please. And there's a lot of collisions in that area. There's collisions between cars and cars, but unfortunately, there is also pedestrians and bicyclists that don't always get safe to the park. If you could advance, please. We celebrate life and, getting outdoors and getting healthy exercise with having this great park, right? We have this great partnership with the Art of Life Healing Garden that got created for cancer victims and their families to reflect And we really have to make sure that the park is not creating pain, but is creating the opportunity for everybody to be part of using the park, including active transportation participants. If you could advance, please. So we've worked since 2021 to create a whole coalition of people that said we just should not have more people getting killed while trying to access Woodward Park. Thank you so much for Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilmember Kabasi for working on this project with us, and also for your staff members to come out to different walk audits. We have a lot of different community organizations that are behind this effort, and we've worked with a lot of different partners at the city level, at the county level, and we've also reached out to the wider community. If you could advance, please. And yeah, we've created awareness and built support. We had a lot of different events. This all accumulated in the U.S. Green Building Council applying for a grant from CalWalks for a community and pedestrian and bicycle safety training. Please advance. So we brought together a planning committee with the coalition members, BPAC members, the council member offices, and we conducted a workshop. And based on all these conversations, we have a report now. And I would like to ask Garrett Fortin now to go over the report and share with you the findings that we have. If you can go to the next slide. And can he be elevated to speak?
I think I am. Can you hear me?
Faintly.
Faintly, okay. I'll just try to speak up then. Thanks so much, Laura. I'm Garrett Fortine with UC Berkeley Safe Trek, and I'd like to start by thanking the Fresno City Council for the invitation to discuss our workshop and recommendations report. This report was written by a combined team from UC Berkeley Safe Trek and California Walks. And if folks are able to click that link, I know it was sent along in the materials for this, or go ahead and just pull up an online map and you'll be able to follow along. I'm just going to quickly sort of read through some of the recommendations in this report, though I won't have time to go into detail. First, I want to note that the recommendations I'll be discussing are part of that community brainstorming that Laura said. And so some recommendations will seem ambitious while others are in progress. We wanted to just include every idea in our report. So our workshop focused on the Freant Road Audubon Drive intersection that's right in front of the park, on Freant Road north of the intersection, and Audubon Drive west of the intersection. And the details, which Laura already covered, the big details include speed, high speeds on both Freant and Audubon. Connectivity, there's gaps in the sidewalk and bike networks in the area, and there's no marked crosswalks across Audubon for about 1.5 miles between Freant and Nees. And then finally, intersection conflicts. So there's drivers encroaching on the crosswalks, failing to yield at the Freant Audubon intersection, especially when making right turns. And there's long crossing distances, as Laura indicated as well. Oh, thank you so much. Great. That's Audubon Drive. That's one of our segments. Okay, great. So why don't we, if you scroll up, there should be a map in the data section there, and you can probably stay on the map rather than trying to scroll around the report. Thank you so much. Great. So for those who are able to have the report up on the recommendations start on page 18. I'm going to jump around a little bit, so we don't necessarily need to jump the camera around. That'll be that much harder to follow. There's 4 recommendations that we put in a few more details about. So first, on page 19, we have a recommendation to strengthen the community engagement process in Woodward Park planning. That calls for incorporating more local resident and park user voices. And there's some specific actions, including meeting with, hearing from park users, using photo and video voice to record testimonials. And then we've included links as well. The second plan on page 21 discusses road right sizing on North Friant. And this is the ambitious one. When we talked with the BPAC about this, there we go. This was identified as perhaps on the ambitious side. And it's ambitious because it calls for or describes reducing the number of traffic lanes on Friant, upgrading the existing bike lanes to buffered or ideally protected bike lanes, curb extensions, and installing pedestrian safety islands at the Fort Washington and Shepherd intersections with Friant. The third plan on pages 22 and 23 describes a concept to connect the Fresno Clovis Rail Trail, which I understand has a different, or is known differently locally, but it's this great multi-use path that connects with Shepherd Avenue. And so the idea is to connect it to the park along Shepherd Avenue by creating a two-way cycle track on the north side of Shepherd, extending it to Friant, and then using a bike signal head and bike box to help cyclists safely cross Friant and connect to the park. Then the fourth detailed plan on pages 24 and 25 calls for a set of reconfigurations along Audubon Drive. And we know that Audubon Drive is already sort of being discussed. A reconfiguration is in the works, and so this is a way to sort of add ideas to that. The plan here calls for widening the existing, no, that's the wrong spot. Calls for switching the parking and bike lanes on Audubon so that the parking is between the bike lane and the motor vehicle lane. So that would entail ideally a buffered bike lane, or a buffered bike lane, ideally a protected bike lane, so that all users can safely use the road. Also, it calls for a series of mini roundabouts at the intersections on Audubon Drive and for removing the second lane on Audubon east of Del Mar up to the park entrance. So that's the State Route 41 overpass. Then if you scroll back up to page 18, we can see some of the other ideas that were discussed at the workshop that we didn't maybe include as many details about, but people are still very interested in. First, eliminating the park vehicle access fee. Second, a share the road safety messaging campaign around Woodward Park. Third, a speed transition zone on Friant Road, specifically to encourage southbound drivers to slow down earlier. Fourth is to post signage reminding drivers of state law regarding giving bicyclists space. We've got a 3-foot clearance in there, and actually state law has moved faster than our report in this regard. And then finally, there's a wide space on westbound Audubon, just west of the Friant intersection. And it's wider than the lane ends up being. And so the idea here is to fill in that space either with an extension to the bike lane, with a bus stop, or with landscaping, anything to help put motorists in the right part of the lane. And then finally, if you scroll down to pages 26 and 27, the Safe Trek and California Walks project team added a few more recommendations. First, we recommended evaluating and potentially lowering the speed limit on Friant Road. We cited Assembly Bill 43 as a reason to consider the safety of vulnerable pedestrian groups when evaluating speed limits. And we encouraged the speed limit review to function together with traffic calming measures, safety messaging campaigns. Research shows that all of these things work better when they are done together. The second project team recommendation describes some of the additional pedestrian and bike safety ideas regarding Friant and Audubon, that intersection. Specifically, we mentioned advanced stop lines, prohibiting right turns on red, and installing 2 curb ramps per corner so that they directly align with the crosswalk markings. And here I'll pause and say that at the BPAC meeting, the city was able to share with us, this is on page 27 I'm talking about, the city was able to share with us that some of these ideas are already in planning. They're some of them are medium term, but they are, actions are already being taken on some of these ideas, which is great. And then that third and final project team recommendation is to build awareness of Woodward Park via placemaking. We discussed some ideas such as wayfinding. The idea is to let drivers and everyone who passes by the park know about this great community asset while creating a spirit of community among park users. So with that, I'll wrap up my presentation by thanking everyone who was able to participate in the planning committee and the workshop and contributed their ideas and experiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Garrett, and thank you so much for the time. And I just want to reiterate that with this project, we are really looking to create safe access to Woodward Park, but we would like to set this as example for access to other parks, because we should have safe access to parks all around the city. And I appreciate all your work in helping to look into this to make our city safer for everybody. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Carbasi is the only one punched up right now. Council have any other questions or comments on the workshop?
Laura, I just wanted to thank you. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? No. I just wanted to thank you for coming here twice in a day and presenting this, and we'll look over all the options, and I appreciate it. And we'll see you Sunday.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. See you Sunday.
Thank you. All right, Council, that concludes the public portion of this meeting. We're going to return back to closed session. City Attorney, do we need to announce again? Or was that first time suffice?
No, I don't think so, but
Okay,
there may
sounds
be
good.
reportable items after.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
you.